Jeff, I cannot hear nothing of the meeting.
Has the meeting started already? Because I can't hear anything either.
Yeah, look the
Okay.
meeting. Look the meeting start, Miss Ahiva, but we cannot hear either. I don't hear nothing.
All right, thank you.
Me and Sahiba and Matiso, Mr. Medina, and Miss Casimir, I believe we cannot hear nothing, Madam Chair, and Carmela Teve, Doctor.
That's correct. I cannot hear anything right now. There was somebody else, Tahiba Bain, also said that she can't hear. Thank you, Albert. I see the meeting floor is actually muted right now. They just changed it to mute, and we cannot hear anything yet. It just changed to unmute, but we cannot hear anything. I don't know. You guys can hear me.
Yes, we're in the process of looking at right now.
Thank you, Jeff.
I can hear you very clear, Mr. Medina.
Yeah, Jesse came on and he said, I can hear the background.
I
He
heard
said that
what
they're working on it. I just hope the meeting is not moving forward until we can all.
Mr. Medina, Ms. Sahiba, and Ms. Casimir, Ms. Perez, she texted me there's some technical issue. They're ready, they're trying to fix it so they can start the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Albert, for the update.
You're welcome.
We're back from a stand at ease. We're going to go back to the roll call from Madam Secretary Perez.
Sahiba Baines,
Present.
Christine Betsy Perez,
Present.
Albert Bennett Grajales,
Present.
Lakeisha Casimir,
Present.
Willie Medina,
Present.
Joseph Pollak, present. Robert Draper,
Here.
and Andre Woodman.
The next item on the agenda is our student representatives report. We have this fine scholar from BMA. I could tell by his uniform here. You can share your student report. Press the one with the person. There you go.
Good evening, Board of Education members. My name is Evan Arroyo. I'm the primary representative of BMA. Last week, we celebrated Teacher Appreciation Week. We also have our AP Literature exam coming up, and we also have previous AP Literature exams like History and Psychology. This week, we also have Biology, the AP exam coming up for students. We also have our summer graduation where the color guard will present the colors. Our junior break dance and prom are coming up this week and next week. And our military ball that we have every year on June 7th. We also invite you to attend if you'd like to come. It'll be later at night. I'm pretty sure around 6:30. So if you can make it, that'd be great. And that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other students online? Okay, seeing none, I just want to start because today is one special meeting, But the Bridgeport Board of Education meetings are meeting in public, not with the public. There's a certain decorum of respect that needs to be exuded, not only from board members to board members, as well as board members to staff, but amongst the audience itself. At any time during this meeting, if there is boisterous, offensive conduct, defamatory slander, and statements occurring, you will receive a warning. It is a privilege to attend these meetings and is not of right. I also, before we get started with public comment, I just want to be able to address the conduct, public address according to our bylaws that are available online. Public address. The board may permit an individual or group to address the board concerning any subject that lies within its jurisdiction during a portion of the board's regular meeting, so designated for such purposes. 2 minutes may be allotted to each speaker, up to 15 speakers for a maximum public speaking period of 30 minutes. The board may modify these policies at the beginning of a meeting if the person is wishing to speak makes it advisable to do so. A Board of Education member or official shall be appointed by the chairperson prior to the meeting as timekeeper for the meeting, if deemed necessary by the chair. No boisterous conduct shall be permitted by any Board of Education in any Board of Education meeting. Persistence, boisterous, or inappropriate conduct shall be grounds for summary termination by the chairperson of that privilege of address. All speakers must identify themselves by names and address. Only Bridgeport residents, individuals, organizations, district employees, district students, or parents/guardians of district students shall be permitted to address the board through public address. Such individuals wishing to address the board shall register to do so no later than 6:30 p.m. on the day of the meeting where the public address will be offered. Registering shall consist of providing the participant's name, the participant's qualification to address the board, and the participant's topic of interest to address the board. Currently, we have 5 speakers up. Again, according to our bylaws, I'm going to ask you to come up, state your name and address, so that way we can actually follow the contract that we have for the Board of Education, and then we'll proceed on with the meeting. So the first person to come up and speak, again, it's 2 minutes, is Mr. Wayne Winston.
Good evening to the board. I'll make my statement pretty short, primarily because as a long-term the Bridgeport area. Yes, I have been from, I went to Bassett High School. I do a lot of activism in a lot of cities, New York, about a lot of this different education councils and so on. What I've seen at the beginning of the year from the political dynamic, because I'm sure you guys know that too, I'm ready to contribute on the ICC as well, is that we go through these processes where it becomes a new person comes in and some people struggle for whoever comes in because it may not be their person. Our kids, from my own research, have at this point in some of our schools, 97% of them can't read at the proper level. 97 in one school, 95 in English in another. We have a Bassett which just moved down to the park, and it is going to cause a huge inconvenience in the traffic that's up there coming through. If you know where the amphitheater is, there's only one way in, one way out. It's one road. Now, those are not things that you can blame the superintendent for, or probably anybody in this room, because somebody else made that decision. But it's a significant one that has to be dealt with sooner or later, because all that money that they spent out there, that thing has to be sorted out. I hope the people in this room realize, despite feelings, I've voted for people I fought, but you have got to have one common goal. This is about the kids, okay? There's some policy we have. Here's some way we did the structure. I say from this school superintendent, and yes, I did interview her on our radio show on WICC, is that she's sincere in her purpose. She has a direction she wants to go, and she should be allowed to do that. We've had other superintendents, they had their way to go. In fact, the last one we had left like the deep in the night. I thought it was kind of crazy. That was not good for kids. So we have somebody who is down to support. Just try to take a breath and let her do what she has to do. She can live or die by her own choice, but she needs the board and the community to give her that chance. That's all I want to say. And I hope that you guys can do that. There's enough issues out there our kids can't. They can't afford it.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Again, I'm going to emphasize from board policy to state your name and address, and this will be only for public address pursuant to Section 2E in our bylaws. We have Ms. Denise Taylor-Moy.
I'm just going to say good evening to everyone. One of the first statements that I want to make is that when I first got into politics and thinking about going into politics, I would say the Board of Ed was one of the first places I wanted to come to, you know. And I didn't so happen to make it there, but I did make it to City Council and was there for 13 years. And for the 13 years that I was there in City Council, with everything that I've seen as far as the Board of Education was concerned, it did nothing for our children. It did nothing for the buildings that our children were being taught in. I think today we have the opportunity, we have the chance with this new superintendent for all of us to come together as one. And I mean parents, I mean the board, I mean everyone in our communities to come together and try to make things happen for our children. This is not for me, this is not for you, this is for our children, this is for their future. They cannot sit down and eat in schools where there are rodents and roaches and everything running around and cracked walls and dirty bathrooms because of bathrooms overflows. You know, so there are a lot of things that need to be changed in our school system. And we already know to make change, we have to strive for that direction and for that person that can lead us in that direction so that we can see where we need to go. It's very important. It's very important. And I say this because as a city councilwoman, I had to stop coming to the Board of Ed meetings. There was so much fighting, so much uproar, so much everything going on that I didn't see where anything was being done for our children. I didn't see it. We still have kids today that are not on the reading level that they should be on. You know, so how are they gonna graduate in the future, fill out applications, do everything else for jobs and all that stuff? And a part of that educating the children is for them to be educated in facilities, in schools that are clean, that are decent, and, first of all.
Ms. Moy, can you wrap up your final comments, please?
Yeah, this will be my last statement. Parents and board, come together for your children.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jess Resto.
I'm Jess Resta. I'm from Jennings Avenue. I'm here to express my deep concern regarding the lack of community engagement, outreach, and communication within our school district. As a concerned parent and community member, transparency and active involvement are crucial for the success of our schools. Meeting notifications, it's disheartening that finding information about board meetings and their topics have become a challenging task. As parents and stakeholders, we need timely and clear notifications about upcoming meetings, whether through email, phone blast, or platforms like Parent Square. We should be informed well in advance. The dysfunctional structure. The recent consolidation of committees, which began in December, has inadvertently led to the lack of transparency and trust. The board's current structure seems to have forced it into dysfunction rather than fostering collaboration. We must address this issue promptly to regain community confidence. Budget transparency. Our schools are facing significant financial shortfalls, yet the community remains unaware of the extent of the problem. If we had a clear understanding of our underfunding and shortages, we could better support the executive board and the superintendent during budget presentations, to the city council. Call to action. I'm for the board take immediate action. Transparent communication, utilize platforms like Parent Square and Notify Parents and community members about meetings, topics, and important updates. Budget advocacy. Clearly communicate the financial challenges we face and actively involve the community in finding solutions. Reevaluate the structure. Consider revisiting the committee consolidation to ensure most transparency and collaboration. Our children's education is at stake and we cannot afford to keep failing them. Let's work together to create a more transparent, engaging, and effective board. Your success is our success, and our children's future depends on it.
Thank you. The next speaker, unfortunately, is no longer a district employee and is not a resident of Bridgeport, so we're going to jump down to Ms. Joanne Kennedy.
She's a member of the BBOE. She's a Bridgeport group, retiree, and she certainly has a vested interest in how the board operates itself, especially fiscally. As if we are irresponsible fiscally, but potentially.
This has nothing to do with her pension pursuant to our bylaws, only current district employees. It does not state retirees. So we're going to move on to Ms. Joanne Kennedy. State your point. I disagree with your point. Your point's been overruled. State your point, Mr. Traber.
I was waiting, you were still talking. She is also a member of Parents Matter, a Bridgeport organization. Bylaws are very clear, Bridgeport-based organization.
She has not signed up as a member of an organization, but as an individual pursuant to her public social media profile. She is a resident of Brantford. Should in the future she would like to speak on behalf of the organization through which she's part of, she can speak on that organization's behalf. But tonight she's signed up as an individual and a resident of Brantford. For all future decisions, that's fine. You can appeal the decision of this chair. There's been no second. Okay, so there's been an appeal decision. So for issues regarding Bridgeport children, our bylaws specifically state that only a Bridgeport resident, individuals or organizations, this person has not signed up as an organization, but as an individual. District employee, this person is no longer a district employee. District student, she is not a student. Parents or guardian of district students, she is neither a parent nor guardian of a district student, shall be permitted to address the board in public address. Mr. Sokolovic believes that a non-Bridgeport resident should come up and speak on behalf of Bridgeport students. and has appealed my decision, although it is written plainly in our bylaws. That motion's been seconded by Mr. Traber. Pursuant to Robert's rules, in this appeal, the maker of the motion has the opportunity to speak once. Each individual only has the opportunity to speak once to overrule the decision of the chair. Since the maker of the motion is Mr. Sokolovic, you can feel free to go ahead and speak first as to why our bylaws should be ignored on behalf of a non-Bridgeport resident regarding Bridgeport students. Thank you.
Saying our bylaws cover outside organizations, outside people, district employees, and others. I believe Mr. Hassel falls under two areas as a member of the Bridgeport Education Association and Parent Matter, both Bridgeport groups. Are we going to say right now, sorry, Faith Tax for Education, you can't speak for us anymore unless you say you're speaking on behalf of that? Are we going to tell me the borough of Connecticut you cannot speak for us? Why do we spend more time on this board trying to silence the voices of the public? As members of the Board of Education, and who are elected in the city to hear from the people,
Exactly.
this is shameful conduct. We are suppressing people, we are suppressing voices, we are suppressing the First Amendment rights that people got the right to come out here and speak to us and tell us where we go. Now, and we're being selective about it. It's basically the people that are being shut down are the people who are saying things that we don't like. Another member was chased out of this meeting and said she's banned from the meeting because they.
Mr. Point of order, stay on topic for the individual you're advocating for. Stay on topic for the individual you're advocating for, please.
Be more lenient. We can't suppress speech because we don't like it. What are we teaching our students when we say their former teachers cannot come out and speak on their behalf? And I still care about them when they leave the district. We're all about the students, yes? Let's hear some from people who taught us for 30 years and just not kick them out and silence their voice because they're no longer part of the district. That's rude, disrespectful, and I don't believe that should stand. Thank you.
All right. Next speaker. So we're going to do this in a pro-con order. So I will allow Mr. Benahan to go ahead and speak. Hold on one second.
Madam Chair, please go.
Oh, you gotta wait. You have to hold on. I have to turn on the mic. All right, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Mr. Medina had the hands first before me. He can go before me, please.
Mr. Medina.
Yes, I know. I don't know if you're asking a question or you're giving me the floor. So I'll respectfully ask, Madam Chair, are you asking me a question or you're handing me over the floor?
I'm handing you the floor.
Okay, because I'm definitely pro. I don't know how you would bring up the board policy finally for the very first time in meeting, but according to the policy clearly stated, now if you're asking her to identify herself in a different capacity, then respectfully you should do so. But she is part of our organization, as it was stated already, and I don't think that we should be silencing anyone for speaking on behalf of the public and organization that works within our community. Apparently, this decision was already made by you without consulting anyone else, but I would say I would ask if you would reconsider your position and let her, if she would like to classify her organization, do so. That way it would relieve your point, which I find very with no merit whatsoever. So I vote that she would be allowed to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Medina. All right, Mr. Benahan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm agree with what Mr. Medina and Mr. Sokolovic were talking before, and you bring something just tonight. And if you want to bring something, talk about the bylaws and everything, everything you just said a few minutes ago, you're supposed to bring it, and bring it or let it know by notice or let it know by the website of obligation, something like that. But you bring something just tonight and talking about this person that can be allowed. When we know, everybody know that we always broke the policy. Everyone broke the policy. Nobody followed the policy, but not because of somebody come and speak and talk. they removed her and they don't want to speak. Also, I don't see she was having a warning first, as we supposed to say. As you say, we supposed to have warning that person. You just throw out that person for no reason. In what I understand. So it had to be everybody equal. Everybody have the opportunity, not because they're not coming for another Bridgeport or they're not coming from Bridgeport. They have to understand some people, we got family, they're coming from another town because they got family here in Bridgeport. So I just prefer, to have the chance this person or have a warning this person, send a letter professional and let them know what's going on and why the reason for the next time, as the same way they trying to do it to me. They give me a warning, right? So, but they never did it. So they have to follow the policy the way it is. If they want to follow policy, let's follow policy the way it is, because I know they're not follow the policy the way it is. Thank you. That's what I want to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm going to address this. I was under the information and belief that the speaker was still teaching in our district. I was also perplexed that there was never any conversation from the speaker about her students, student success, the state of Bridgeport. It's always been attacks at the superintendent. This person has come up and just perpetually attacked the superintendent, attacked the board, and she is not a voting constituent, a member of Bridgeport, to vote on the board. And this person has never signed up in any capacity with any organization. And that is what our bylaws say. And once I found out today from another board member that she was no longer a district employee, that's when the decision to enforce the rule went into effect. Because this person was under information belief a district employee, she was permitted to speak as a district employee, but she is no longer a district employee. And so to use the guise or the mask or a veil of coming up as part of an organization when she can't even come up to the polls and vote on us as board members is deferring our rights and the voice of Bridgeport voters as to who they want to speak for the board. We're allowing non-members of the audience, we're allowing people to come up and solicitate to be part of a college experience or experiment for our children, when we never get the opportunity to truly hear about the decades of failure that was brought up from the last person with public speaking. But yet we'll make this time for this person to continue to make slander and defamatory remarks, who's not part of this community and who our bylaws specifically exclude from being part of this conversation, is absolutely ludicrous. And we need to actually start following and being about what we are about. And if that's what our policy says, we need to actually follow what the policy says. I apologize to the public that I didn't have this information sooner. I would have effectively implemented it immediately. And that's for any member of the public. Because we have to start putting Bridgeport and Bridgeport students first. And we do that by listening to Bridgeport, the voting members of Bridgeport. But if you want Branford to come in and speak on behalf of Bridgeport, because we want some outsiders to tell us what to do, then, I will follow the will of the board. But it is procedurally incorrect and in violation of our bylaws. And again, I apologize for oversight with that mistake. But for that person to come up and who's not a resident and now claim to say she's here with an organization, sign up as part of that organization, but that was not done. Now to Mr. Traver.
First off, I completely disagree with your interpretation of the bylaws. The bylaws have been that way for a long time, and we've had numerous people on both sides of an issue from outside of Bridgeport come speak before us representing organizations that operate in Bridgeport, whether they are from Chamber of Commerce type organizations, downtown special service district type organizations, or faith acts. Bishop Diamond spoke a few weeks ago. He lives in Trumbull. These are all well-meaning people who work with and operate organizations here in Bridgeport, trying to work for the betterment of our city in their own way. And they have every right to speak, and we recognize in our bylaws that they are working to help make our city a better place, even if they don't live in Bridgeport. And so we allow them to speak in our city. And suddenly to unilaterally decide to implement a new policy is disingenuous at best. if not directed at somebody that you don't choose to agree with. This woman actually stated very clearly in the city council chambers that the first time she spoke before us, it was her last day on the job as a Central High School teacher, that she was retiring that week. And so she has continued to speak consistently and speak her position eloquently because she taught English at Central. But she told us in her first speech that she was retiring as a teacher in Bridgeport in January when she spoke before us. So there's no hidden agenda. There's no deceit involved. She has spoken consistently and eloquently. She remains a member of the BEA retired, the CEA retired, and a member of Parents Matter, and has attended the meetings of Parents Matter. We could confirm this with, and Jen Now, I apologize, and Jen Now, I forgot. And has continued to work to make our city a better place. We have welcomed people from those type of organizations at our meetings for years. In years, I have been attending these meetings for 25 years myself, and I have seen numerous people that I agree with and disagree with speaking at these meetings on their point of view about whatever issue was coming before the board. So this is how that policy reads: Bridgeport resident, individuals, and people who come from resident organizations may speak before the board. And that's what she represents. Now, asking how we want people to sign up, I noticed a few meetings ago, you started asking people to make sure that they fill out the form to identify where they come from. I believe actually you were asking for email addresses a few weeks ago, not their resident addresses. Bylaws call for resident addresses, I noticed, not email addresses. But, being clear, you are allowing people to come up before you and correct the form after the 6:30 deadline to make sure it was filled out the way you wanted it.
Mr. Traver, please stay on point as to why the speaker should be allowed to speak.
Madam Chair, you had people correct the form because you were changing and asking them to write out the form the way you wanted it to be filled out. So if you wanted her to put in the organizations, Jen Now, Parents Matter, BEA retired, that you wanted her to fill out, then you would have asked her to do that. Not say you can't speak tonight because I've decided to enforce this new rule, and the rule you're improperly enforcing. So for both reasons, I believe you are wrong in your ruling. One, that we've allowed these people to speak for years and years and years, long before you ever got on this board. And two, you could have simply asked her to correct how she filled out the form that you wanted it to be filled out to indicate what organization in Bridgeport she is a member of.
All right. Tahiba Bain, you have your hands up.
Yes, okay, so I think that we have, I don't know this person, and I think that.
We cannot hear you very clear, Mr. Hiba. Can you speak a little loud, please?
You can't hear me? You can't hear me? You guys can't hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, so I think that, this is, we need to move along this meeting because I think you should let her speak today. If this woman have been speaking, not for the simple fact that she's been speaking for so long, but because this is something new, but I think that in the future, we should put something out there to let it be known, right? And if she's going to speak, it's not to slander anyone at the board or the superintendent, but to speak about the children and the reading levels and what we can do for the reading levels pertaining to what is it called? The agenda. And I think that that's something that we need to implement because we have not moved past the minutia of things because of little things like this, right? We need to start focusing on what the man said, the speaker said before, the reading grade levels, the math grade levels. What are we doing as a board and as a school district to actually help implement that? When we keep going back and forth about little stuff like this, nothing gets done for the children. And this needs to stop. If the person does not have stakeholders in the community, with the children in the community, no, she should not be able to tell us what to do. She should not be able to speak or slander our superintendent. But if she has some suggestions and advice to offer, then that is a reason for her to speak up. If it's in the bylaws that this is what it's saying, then let it be so. We need to start setting precedents today, now, for the future. Because the way it was run in the past was the horse and pony show. So if we're looking to change, we need to start change today. And I agree that if the person is going to speak is not going to offer any sound, beneficial advice, encouragement, or suggestions for the board and for our district, then no. But if she's coming out of a place of implementation for something to help us move along, to help our students to become better students, then yes. And today will be that day. And if this is how, and if this is again, this is not a political arena. This is for our children. I think we as board members need to come together on another retreat and figure some stuff out before we sit down in front of this camera, in front of these people, and not hash this out like this. And if you guys, I understand you're going to disagree with the chair. No, she's not always right, and I'm going to say that. However, respect the fact that we as a board member, we as a board of education are setting an example for our children. And this is a poor example. We need to move past this to get to the meat of the agenda. We haven't even gotten there. This is just public comments, and we're still here. We already had a late start with audio and video or visual. So let's just move past this. I'm gonna suggest to let this woman speak, but let it be known from today, Christine, Madam Chair, that this is how we will be moving forward next time. That's what I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Bain. Ms. Casimir?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. I agree with everything Ms. Bain just said. I feel the same way. I don't want to sit here and listen to the same people come to meetings and bash the superintendent over and over and over again. I really would love to have some suggestions, some constructive criticism, especially from a person who's supposed to be an educator, an educated person. So I agree with Ms. Bain. I feel that if she is going to be allowed to talk today, that's fine. Like Ms. Bain said, implement the Bridgeport rule and make sure that people are clear on it on our website and here at the meeting tonight. But honestly, I agree. Let's get up on that podium and talk to us and help us, because we need it. We need it. I don't want to sit for 2 minutes and listen to somebody bashing the superintendent. I just roll my eyes in the back of my head when I hear that. And I agree with Ms. Bain. I think that let's just stop stalling this meeting. Let's move on with whatever the board is going to decide, whether they're going to let her talk or not. But please, I beg and I implore of her, use her intelligence, the education that she has, to help us, not hurt us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Casimir. So at this time, I don't see. Oh yeah, every member in an appeal only has the opportunity to speak once. So Mr. Benahan, your hand is still up, but you've already had the opportunity to speak. Mr. Woodson?
I think that, as you said,
people come here to bash the superintendent. When she came here, she made a commitment to the people. And not everybody, not all the superintendents that came here made a commitment and have stayed. So made a commitment to the people. We have to make a commitment to her. So we have to sometimes agree, disagree, and move on.
Thank you, Mr. Woodson. Ms. Perez, any comment? No, we're still, there's an appeal as to whether to allow the public speaker to participate. No comment. At this time, we'll take a vote. All in favor? All in favor of allowing Ms. Trespasso to?
Roll call.
Roll call.
Hear you. All in favor of allowing the appeal of the chair to?
Roll call.
Point of order, I can hear you. So please have respect as I repeat what the motion is going forward that the board's going to vote on for the people. I've heard the roll call vote. It was made by Mr. Sokolovic. The 7 different attempts at calling it is undermining this process. So.
What's undermining the process is you not acknowledging the process.
That was uncalled for, and that stuff is what I'm saying that needs to stop. Seriously.
Exactly.
We need to stop, and we need to respect her in her space. We may have not like her, or just we may not agree with her or like her, but we have to respect the fact that she is chair, and you admonish her afterwards. You don't do this on public television. This is not what we do. Let her finish, and then you pull her to the side and say, "Listen, I don't agree with you. We can't keep doing this. This is not what we're supposed to be doing." I apologize, Madam Chair. Can you please continue?
Ms. Bain, something's wrong with your speaker because we cannot hear very clear, very low. We don't understand nothing. Just to let you know, just in case for the record, because we cannot hear very clear.
I heard everything she said.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
We can't hear the room neither right now. Can you guys hear the room?
Nope.
Madam Chair, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. So we're going to vote on the appeal of the chair. My decision as chair was not to allow an outside individual upon learning that she was a resident of Branford speak and no longer a district employee. It's been appealed by Mr. Sokolovic, second by Mr. Traber. All members of the board had had an opportunity to speak and discuss on this topic. We will now take the vote on this, and Mr. Sokolovic has made it a roll call vote. I implore, and I will continue to call points of order. Once one member has made it a roll call vote, there is no need for the continuous parades of being asked. Roll call vote. One time is all it needs. So we're going to take the vote. Ms. Perez?
Chair, just one quick point. Can you clarify what a yes and what a no vote?
No, because it's either to appeal the decision of the chair. You vote yes, you're appealing the decision. You vote no, you're going to keep my decision. That's how it works. Press.
Do the decision as chair, say the name.
1 second, wait for do members in person first while I connect the people online. Yeah, no, she shouldn't speak.
Mr. Calvin.
Yes, it should be.
Robert Traber.
Yes, she should speak.
Andre Woodson. Ayuba Bain.
No.
Albert Benhager Hollis.
Yeah, she's allowed to speak.
Keisha Kastner.
No.
Lily Medina.
Yes, she should be allowed to speak.
Yes.
Okay. So, Ms. Trespasso of Branford, you can come up and speak. Motion carried The decision of the chair has been appealed. You need to press the podium.
Would just like to say, I have taught in the city of Bridgeport for 25 years. I gave my heart, soul, and time. And clearly I am still here because I care very deeply about the students. As an educator, I know a lot about public education and moves that are made that are not positive for public education in general. And I have seen a lot of these moves being made here, hence my criticism. Last week, the point of order was the evaluation. That was on the agenda. As it is tonight, I'll try and go with that. I'm kind of actually, I have to say, somewhat hurt because I care. Okay, so the question, my question first, how well are you, the superintendent, and chairs building an effective team to administer and teach the students of this district? What progress has been made in the last 100 days? Okay, I'm Lisa Wexler. Show the superintendent said that no meaningful conversation happened at board meetings. I agree with her. So, Dr. Levy David, at all committee meetings, I suggest that conversations be started there. So, for Chair Baptiste Perez, with policy, personnel, and contracts, now that we have a deputy assistant and a teaching and learning assistant, what can they contribute to the conversation? Again, I think you can go to the committees and have people bring ideas. You have hired all of these new people. What are their ideas? We are not getting work done at these meetings, and I would really love for us to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Spasso. We're going to move on to the next speaker, which is Joanne Kennedy. Oh, you just turned it off.
Yeah. The scripture says, suffer the little children to come unto me and forbid them not, for such is the kingdom of heaven. For such is the kingdom of heaven. Also it says, it's better for you to wrap a millstone around your neck and cast yourself into the sea if you offend the least of these. Meaning, the people that are kicking against what God wants to do in this district, he's going to take care of you himself. Now, this whole parade, what did that do for student outcome? What did that do for our children here in the city of Bridgeport? I, for myself, born and raised, Linwood Avenue, Bridgeport, Connecticut, 06604. What did that do for our children? Okay. That being said, moving forward, we need to just be really serious about what we're doing here in the city of Bridgeport. I have been here, born and raised here. I'm 63 years young, about to be 64. This is not a game for our children here in the city of Bridgeport. I don't understand what certain people are thinking, but God, I tell you, God is going to take care of you. I know I prayed for several years, 12 plus years coming here to the Board of Education meetings for the person in Ms. Levy Davis, for the spiritual thing that she brings to our district, because she is God sent. She is God sent. She is God sent. She is God sent. And if you don't believe it, ask him. Ask him. You don't have to take my word for it, as they say on Winning Rainbow. Ask him yourself. You have a relationship with God, you can ask him yourself. And you will not allow people to come against what a person that God sent is doing, because he's going to take care of you. Thank you. Amazing, Ms. Levy Davis. Keep doing what you're doing. We're in support of you, this district. Thank you. Love you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. That concludes public comment. The next item on the agenda is approval of minutes. The first one is for a regular meeting from April 22nd, 2024. Ms. Perez? There's been a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from April 22nd, 2024. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Mr. Sokolovic. Are there any edits to it? Changes? Hearing none. All in favor of the minutes? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. The next item is approval of minutes from the special meeting, May 7th, 2024. It's been moved by Ms. Perez. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Mr. Sokolovic. All in favor?
I have a,
Aye. Oh.
Wait, click, because I thought you were seconding.
amendment.
You need to, there's an amendment. Well, it's been made and it's been seconded. There's an amendment.
At the end of the minutes, it says that the motion to adjourn was unanimous. The motion was not unanimous. There was no motion. There was no motion by the chair you just there was a motion to adjourn and we left. We didn't get a chance to vote not to adjourn. So I would change the amendments to reflect that it was not unanimous.
Okay, so the motion, you're making an amendment to say it was not a unanimous, but as I recall, Ms. Perez made the motion to adjourn and it was seconded by Mr. Woodson or Ms. Casimir. So we'll change the minutes. I don't hear any topic on it that the adjourn was passed, just not unanimously.
That is correct.
Okay, so the adjourn was passed and not unanimously. All in favor of the minutes, including the change, say aye. Aye. Okay, we're going to now move into the chairman's report. Right, so I have my chairman's report. Is it available online? Is it showing?
It's showing.
Okay, great. So we're going to go to the first slide. I just want to have some photos. I had the opportunity in the presiding judge of the Bridgeport Civil Courthouse, Judge Welch, was actually at our last debate tournament. Congratulations to all of the scholars that participate in debate as we're about to expand the program in the schools. We have a photo of the Reverend Stanley Lord's parliamentary debate. I didn't have the chance to attend, but I know board members were there, and it was also hosted by the NAACP. But it was a really great opportunity to run into one of my superiors, a judge, at one of the debates and actually have the presiding judge of Bridgeport in front of our students and talk to them and encourage them to continue down this route. I had the pleasure and honor of not only meeting students that want to become attorneys, but also parents and encouraging them to attend, because I too went at a later age in life to law school. And so I just want to give a kudos as this past weekend at Discovery, additional debate championships and trophies and awards were given out to students. So good job, Ron, and good job to all our debaters. And I hope that we continue to encourage students to come out and speak, continue to use their voice and speak out to what they believe is not right, and to seek justice and moving on. In order to move not only themselves, but also move their community and move this country forward. And debate is a great way of actually developing those communication skills. Go to the next slide. Again, I had the opportunity to attend to meet with the National League of Cities when they came and visited Bridgeport, along with the mayor, city council president, and multiple city council, city representatives. I did follow up with the Office of Economic Development, Planning and Economic Development to continue to discuss and build bridges in Bridgeport so we can have more opportunities for our scholars. And so I will continue to, on my behalf, work with all elected officials and people in Bridgeport and in the state to bring opportunities for our scholars. We can go on to the next slide. Was it this past weekend? Well, one of these weekends, I had the opportunity to attend the opening day for the spring season for baseball and soccer with Caribe, with the superintendent, members of cabinet, as well as our state rep is on his cell phone in the photo. That's a great photo. But it's truly great what Caribe is offering to our scholars. I believe this is their first year they'll be offering soccer, as we teach our students not only to just be athletes, but to be scholars and athletes at the same time, and to balance it both. And the energy and the excitement in the air, it's been a growing program in partnership with the schools for years. And so I want to give a big kudos to John Torres and all the team there as they continue to build opportunities for our scholars. Go on to the next slide. So there will be a family event with speaker Calvin Terrell on May 15th. This is going to be taking place at Central High School. It is a community conversation. The information has been shared on Parent Square. It is available online. And if you go to our website at bridgeportedu.net and you literally scroll down, there's the announcement portion. And in the announcements, not only will you find announcements for board meetings, special meetings, but also for this community conversation as well. It's going to take place from 6:30 to 8 p.m. And I would be straining my eyes if I was to try to read from you from this screen. So I'm not going to do that. But I think it's going to be a great opportunity for everyone to come out, as it'll be the first of many community conversations, which I believe was suggested during public comment. Next slide. Oh, this one I will strain my eyes for. And I want to thank Mr. Lip and everybody from Bridgeport Military Academy for your patience. The Bridgeport Board of Education recognizes Mr. Joseph Lip III, a retired commander of the U.S. Navy. I'm going to need better glasses after this. Of the U.S. Navy and principal of Bridgeport Military Academy. So if you could come up, Mr. Lip, and I'm going to actually let you have the honor of just hit the one to the right. There you go. And you now have.
Thank you. I'd like to actually bring up my two staff.
Absolutely.
My two leadership. Just going to do a brief introduction of the staff and then explain a little bit about the board. So the Navy Unit Award was a result of an inspection on January 11th to look at the schools, students' ability to march, their records, how well they do on understanding the roles of the Navy. The school's been in existence for 11 years. It's the first time we've won such a prestigious award. So we won notch higher, and we're shooting for that next year. Leading the battalion for the last 5 years is Lieutenant Commander Travis Brewster, and is being helped by Warren Officer Sealy. I'm going to, since you've done all the work and I've already been to school for a couple of weeks, I want to give the credit to Commander Brewster that I didn't discuss it.
Thank you, sir. Board members, I'm generally not very good at taking public recognition of stuff that I've done, so I really have to say to all my team, they did an outstanding job this year. There are two members that aren't able to be here. We're actually in leadership. I wanted the public to recognize them. That is our cadet commander, Talita Procopio, and our XO was Jonathan Mendez, that lieutenant. And they were actually in charge whenever we had the inspection. The three cadets that you see in front of us are Cadet Lieutenant Portillo and Cadet Ensign Arroyo and Cadet, I stopped senior student recently running my bad. I was drink now, soft drink. And they are these the senior enlisted leaders. So they are the ones that are in charge now. So anytime you message them drink, you have to buy them a drink. Soft drink. So military rules. So anyway, so they're the ones that are in charge now. They did a great job. They got high recognition for their ability to move on the fly. Over the years, we've had fire alarms that have caused us to go out of the building. That was the case last year. We were so close to getting the unit award last year, but this year they pulled it all together. They did a great job. I just wanted to introduce Chief Officer Seeley. He's new to the team. He's been doing a great job this year. He teaches all the freshmen. So I don't have to do that. So it's been fantastic. Chief Officer, let's say.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for having us. This year has been a blast getting to mentor and actually just train the junior cadets as they strive to become better citizens and overall great Americans. So it's been a pleasure to serve them.
Thank you so much. And actually scan for you guys. Actually, Mr. Lip, if you and the students can come forward and we'll take a photo. Right here at the podium. Oh, we should move to the front.
Get on camera for the viewing audience. Yeah, nobody can see you.
We went through this 2 rows. How about, yeah, put the students in front? Okay. Very organized.
You got it. Yeah.
I just want to conclude my chairman's report with thanking Mr. Lip and Bridgeport Military Academy and our cadets. When there was a moment of contention, I looked up and I looked at the students and then I remembered why I was here. And so I'm very proud of you guys. And I heard there's a higher up, so bring that home for next year. And that concludes my chairman's report. The next item on the agenda is committee reports / referrals. The first committee is the Facilities and Finance. That's chaired by Madam Vice President Akeisha Casimir. 1 second, let me make sure your mic is on.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Oh, okay. As mentioned at the last board meeting, the next Facilities and Finance Committee meeting will be held on Monday, 1 week from today, May 20th at 6 p.m. More than likely, it'll be at City Hall, room 305. Just going to verify that with IT, but it'll be posted in the legal time frame. I just wanted to thank the principals of the schools that I visited since the last meeting. I visited 25 schools in the district so far. Johnson School, Principal Coble, Clater School, Principal Douglas, Halland School, Principal Newton, and Harding, Principal Thompson. I just want to take a moment to say that the principals in this district are just really highly intelligent principals. Very smart, critical thinking is off the charts, personable people. We are really, really lucky to have the administrators that we have in the district. And I am just having a blast at these school tours. And I don't think that these principals understand how important this is to me to be welcomed the way that I have been and to learn so much. A couple of things that I learned about the district since the last meeting is the most densely populated part of the city is the Hollow area. I learned about the highest yielding special ed student in the district. We spend $1 million on a special ed student every year. This student is not in a facility in Connecticut because Connecticut facilities are not equipped to meet the student's needs. So the student is out of state, and we are the district is paying for the special ed bill. But that I thought was interesting to know is that we pay $1 million a year just on that student alone, because the student has to live in the facility where they're being educated. So I thought that that was interesting, just in case the public didn't know that. We visited the juvenile detention center recently, but I know the superintendent is going to expand more on that. But I just wanted to thank them for letting us come in and letting the superintendent do a tour. I learned more about the internal savings fund. I remember when I first started, like my first meeting for finance, I had asked, is the what a bank account is the internal service fund in? And I was laughed at. And so for people who are not finance people, I've been working with Ms. Patricia St. Louis, who has been phenomenal. She's been so great. So we talked about that a little bit more, and she explained exactly how the ISF fund works. Bridgeport Public Schools is responsible for financing special education and private schools as well as public schools. So any school that is a legitimate school around the city, the Board of Education provides special education for them, financing for them. So I just want to say that as well, just in case the public didn't know that. So that includes private schools as well. Some discussions with principals reminded me to be super grateful for our first responders, our farmers, our coal miners, truck drivers, because it's not just about the Board of Ed, but it's also about the entities outside of us that govern and affect our resources and decision making. So thank you for listening, and I'll take referrals. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so Mr. Sokolovic has his hands up.
Yeah, we just recently passed the budget. We got all the information I think we're going to need to move forward with the budget gap plan, which is due by end of the year, I believe. I think it's the end of the school year.
I'm sorry, I can't hear a word you're saying. Can you please start over and speak louder? Thank you.
Yes, yes, we just got all the information. We just passed the city council. I'm referring to the budget gap plan because we still got to vote on the gap plan. Put the difference between what we're getting and what we need. So far, we just approved the budget request. We still got to approve the budget gap plan, and I hope it has a lot more discussion. We're going to start sooner rather than later because the year end of school. And also, I would like to have school district conversations around school closures, get an update from facilities on that. Those issues on that issue as well. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I heard the budget gap plan. What was after that about facilities? Say again, please.
School closures. Just an update where we are on RFP was the thinking around the.
Mr. Joe, we are having a hard time hearing you.
Also, Mr. Sokolovic, just wait. Did you turn your mic off?
I turned it off.
Oh, just make sure you email that because they're always email it, and also just because there's difficulty with everybody hearing them online. Can you guys hear me better? Maybe I could just repeat it quickly. Mr. Sokolovic.
Can you repeat what it was?
Sorry. Mr. Sokolovic wants to refer to the next Finance and Facilities meeting, the budget gap plan. And he would also like to refer to the next committee meeting and update on the status of the school closures. Did I summarize it? Yes. And then Mr. Sokolovic will also make sure he emails that to Ms. Casimir, so that way there's no gap. And then Mr. Traver Go ahead,
got
Jack.
it. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question about when does the city finalize its budget?
Today. The city finalizes its budget today. Today. Okay.
Okay, so at next Monday's meeting, we'll have the city's budget and the state's budget. And so we'll know exactly how much money we'll have coming in from those two.
That is the plan. Yes, Mr. Traber.
And
Thank
so
you.
we'll be sitting down and trying to prepare what will be our final budget from that. That's what we're going to try and look at next Monday's meeting.
I wouldn't say that's not going to happen during the next regular meeting. You can refer that to the Finance and Facilities Committee meeting so they can address
Well,
it.
I'm asking Ms. Casimir if that's what she's planning on doing at next Monday's meeting. That's what I'm asking.
Can you repeat your question one more time, please?
Given the fact that the city now has given us a final budget and the state's budget is finalized, are we going to be looking next Monday at your meeting at what we have to work with in our budget?
If that information is available, then yes, I will work with the superintendent for that. Thank you.
I understand that. Okay, that's all I was asking. Thank you.
You ready for your report? Okay. The next committee is Instruction and Support Services.
The Instruction and Support Services Committee did not meet this month. And so our next meeting is next week, on the 21st. Tentatively, the location will be City Hall 305. That's around 6:30. Any thoughts? Michelle, but you can say on this.
Okay. The next committee is Policy, Personnel, and Contracts. That's chaired by me. Our
Madam
next.
Chair, Madam Chair, refer for Ms. Paris.
Oh, okay, we're gonna go back 1 second. All right, Mr. Benahan, the mic is on. We have a referral for Instruction and Support Services.
Yes, I know we spoke, Ms. Perry, I spoke to you, but I just want to, you give me the update, or you can email me what's going to be the next agenda so I can be sure, we can prepare, because I know you're going to send something, but I don't want you to send it at the last moment. So like to, any question or any suggestion, I can send it to you before the meeting, please. Because I know I already sent you some few things, but I don't know what you're going to add in the agenda, please.
Working on it, so I'll have, Mr. Sokolovic's referrals for an update on the transportation. And, for early start times, as well as a possible discussion of, surveys to be sent out. And some of your pack items as well. I don't have it in front of me, the actual list, so.
Okay, I will email you because it's very difficult to hear your comments. So we will talk by email. So much better for me. Thank you.
Mr. Benahan, I'll also just repeat it because I'm closer to the mic with you guys. Ms. Perez, and I'm just going to paraphrase it. Ms. Perez says the agenda is still a work in progress, but items that you've referred to her committee will be addressed, as well as items referred by Mr. Sokolovic, including but not limited to transportation and start time. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. The next item on the agenda is Policy, Personnel, and Contracts Committee. We're not scheduled to meet until tomorrow. However, there's been a change. So we're going to push the meeting to Wednesday, May 15th at 6:30 p.m. There's a few items coming up on that agenda, but we're not scheduled to meet till this week, so we're going to meet on Wednesday. Oh, sorry, I lied. That's our community forum. We need to actually meet to see when we'll actually have a quorum of that committee so we can meet as soon as possible. We're going to have our community forum on Wednesday at 6:30, so we will not hold meeting on I was actually reaching out to committee members this week due to the Democratic nominations in the upcoming conventions for various roles in the city, and multiple members on this board hold leadership positions for that. So we're not able to meet tomorrow, and we have our community forum Wednesday. So I will be talking to committee members, Ms. Bain and Mr. Woodson, to choose a time as soon as possible that will work so we can meet. Any referrals for committee? Mr. Sokolovic?
I think it's supposed to be fewer other policies, and I think I'd like to refer that we saw with community relations policy 1000 series. Suggest that was myself and superintendent may review which ones are needed update.
Just make sure you follow up via email. Okay. Okay. All right. So that's the personnel and contracts. The next item is the CABE report. 2 weeks ago, I had the opportunity to go up to Weathersfield. That's where CABE's located, and attend their board of directors meeting. We had shared what's going on in our districts with the budgets pending, what was done in other districts. Part of the reason I emphasize and I attended the NLC is because I do want to build bridges in Bridgeport. I believe the city, the town of Stafford was explaining how they were able to set up, and it's a different setup from Bridgeport, but their Board of Education, their alderman, and their director of finance had the opportunity to speak and actually work together on a budget that would be satisfactory for them. I also received and heard a lot of interesting cuts that other districts are making, not Bridgeport, but one of the biggest nuggets that I think we need to take in as well as learn from the past is to keep the cuts as far away from our children. I've heard board chairs discuss, listen, we may lose a janitor, but we're not going to increase our classroom sizes. You know, I've heard them say that they're not going to cut from their curriculum. They're not going to cut their coaches. They're not going to try and cut their staff. They're going to try to keep the impact as far away as from the educational learning to keep the outcomes for their students as successful as possible. And so I just, that was one of the most best things because just hearing what was done in the past in Bridgeport, we need to be mindful of what's going to impact and potentially harm our children. We've had during public speaking today, heard about our unsuccessful rates, but we can turn this all around. And that's one of the big takeaways too I received from the board of directors meeting with CABE is that it can turn around. But we have to be mindful to make sure anything we do, we stay student outcome oriented and we keep whatever needs to change as far away as from the students actually learning as possible. And that's all. I believe there's a legislative update with CABE happening on the 15th of this month. A few board members have signed up to attend. The 15th. And hopefully we'll hear what else is going on with that. But that's all I have for the CABE report. The next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report.
Good evening, everyone. Superintendent report has several components, but I wanted to address the recent visit to our juvenile detention center here in the city of Bridgeport that I conducted with Ms. Perez, Mr. Woodson, and Ms. Akeisha Casimir. It was certainly a really pleasant surprise to visit a facility that was so well cared for, where our students were receiving a variety of services in order to support their well-being, support their learning. I was able to discuss at length with Mr. Dino Guerra one of the deputy superintendents, and Mr. John Targa, assistant superintendent for instruction, all of the needs for the students in juvenile detention, and definitely offered to ensure that we continue to support that program with curriculum and instructional materials to ensure that students are able to stay on track during the time that they're there, and also as they transition back to their respective settings. Not all of the students that attend the center are Bridgeport students. There are students who attend who are from different areas of the Southern Fairfield County area, but the majority of the students in the center are certainly Bridgeport students. And it was a pleasure to meet with the teachers, the Bridgeport teachers that spend every single day in the detention center working to keep our students engaged, interested, hopeful, and determined to continue to do better. And I just want to congratulate that team. It's a very warm, beautiful culture that they have there. And I truly appreciated them leading me on a tour of the facility and allowing me to meet students and staff. So I hope to be able to, I told them I would return again and that we would make an annual pilgrimage to ensure that we stay connected with the students and with the staff who serve our students in that facility. At this time, I would like to turn over this portion of the superintendent's report. Well, before I do that, I want to introduce one of the newest members of our cabinet, and that is Ms. Jennifer Murchison, who is our Chief Academic Officer. She hails from the beautiful state of Texas, and she has how many years, Jennifer? 20 years of experience in instruction, including international baccalaureate, secondary, elementary, and early childhood. Her specialty is special education and mathematics. And she is someone who I've had the pleasure to collaborate with in other sundry various beautiful places. And I'm just really proud that she has taken on the banner to come to Bridgeport to support the transformation of this school district and to support our students. Jennifer knows very well the hard work that it takes and the reality of transformation, successful transformation for students and what it looks like. And I'm really excited that she has chosen to join us. I see that we have Ms. Portia Scott co-presenting with her today. And I'm really excited that she's joining that presentation. Before we move forward, I do also want to introduce an additional member of our cabinet, and that is Ms. Suzanne Turner, our Director of Communications. Suzanne, welcome. Thank you. Suzanne hails from the state of New Jersey. She has, how many years, Suzanne? 7 years. Over 7 years of experience in multimedia, in production, in public relations, and in expert communications for school districts. And I'm really proud that she has decided to join Bridgeport to bring her gifts to our district. So I just want to thank each of them. And tonight, I have asked Ms. Murchison, who's been diligently at work over the course of the past month, to please share a state of the Division of Academics with us. And I've had that multiple board members ask me for a full report on the state of our academics. And I want to make sure that we are able to discuss and have a large portion of this meeting go to discussing student outcomes and go to discussing exactly what we're doing to transform Bridgeport Public Schools and support the growth and the success of our students. So ladies, take it away. Thank you.
And so, Madam Chair, Madam Superintendent, and trustees, I am Jennifer Murchison, the Chief Academic Officer, and this is the state of the Division of Academics. We'll start with the Department of Mathematics. Here on the screen, what you have is the universal screener results from the middle of the year. So the universal screener is a test that students take in grades K through 11 at the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and the end of the year. What we've done is we've given you the results for the middle of the year assessment. They'll take the end of the year assessment in the next few weeks. The blue represents students that are at or above grade level on that assessment, and the red represents the students that are below grade level on that assessment. You also have 3 years worth of data, so you can see that the students at or above grade level for the middle of the year is trending upwards. And the students that are below grade level for the middle of the year is trending down, which is what we want to see. On the left-hand side, you'll see it broken down by grade band, and it'll tell you the average that were at or above grade level at the beginning of the year, the percentage of students that were at or above grade level on the middle of the year, and the amount of growth that the students made. So you'll notice that the students are growing. So they are getting better than they were at the beginning of the year.
For those of us with middle-aged eyes, could you give us those numbers out loud, please?
Yes, ma'am. So for the band of kindergarten through 5th grade, at the beginning of the year, we had 11% of the students at or above grade level. In the middle of the year, we had 31% of the students at or above grade level. So we can see that that's a 19.5, I don't really say percent, this is not a percent increase if you're a math person, but a 19.5 points increase. In the grade band of 6 through 8, they were at 21% at or above grade level at the beginning of the year, and they moved to 33% at or above grade level for the middle of the year. So you can see that that's an 11.8 increase. And then for 9 through 11, we don't give this assessment to our 12th graders. They had 23% at or above grade level at the beginning of the year, and then they moved to about 40% at or above grade level for the middle of the year. So you can see that that's a 16.6 point increase. And as a district, roughly 19% of the students in grades K through 11 were at or above grade level for the beginning of the year. That increased to 34%, roughly 34%. So that's about a 15.8 point increase from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year. Now I want you to note that 68% of the students currently in Bridgeport are below grade level. The target for students, so our students take at the end of the year an assessment called SBAC. So that's the state of Connecticut state assessment. Every state has one. Ours is called SBAC. The target on SBAC is 75. So you want 75% of the students to be performing at or above grade level. You'll notice right now we're at about 32% at the middle of the year performing at or above grade level. Some of the reasons why the directors have started visiting campuses, the average number of campuses they should visit per week is 5. And then they have a form that they're filling out when they go on this campus visit. And that form, the feedback on that form goes straight to the principal so that the principal can immediately begin making leader moves to address the things that the director saw when they were on the campus visit. Our math director, Mr. Panas, has indicated on about 5 of his forms that the teachers were not utilizing the district's curricular resource. And so the feedback that he gave to the principal was that the teachers needed to use the resource. It is the resource that was voted on by parents, students, and teachers. This is what they said that they wanted. So now we need to implement it with fidelity. So that could be a reason why students are not growing at the rate in which they should be growing, because we're not utilizing the resource with fidelity. Next slide, please. Here we'll start with the ELA department. So we don't have any data on the tier 1 products or the first time instruction products that we use. We're just now partnering with that company to be able to run the usage reports for that information. I have meetings scheduled with them for this week so that I can gain access to those platforms and review the usage. However, what you're looking at here is the Lexia data. Lexia is what we use for our tier 2 and our tier 3 students. Those are our students that are not on grade level when they take that universal screener. So the blue or the top bar is the students that are meeting the recommended usage. So when they take their placement test in Lexia, it'll tell them that the student needs to use the program 30, 45, 60 minutes a week. And they need to complete 5, 6, 7 units or lessons a week. So the blue represents the students that were meeting the recommended usage. The light blue represents the students that were not meeting the recommended usage. And then the gray represents the students that had partial year usage. Maybe they enrolled late, or they would work in the month of September, but they didn't do anything in October, November, December. They logged back in January. They didn't do anything in February, March, etc. So the partial year use is pretty steady throughout the district, but students not on, in general, students are not meeting their weekly usage targets. So when the program gives a recommendation, in general, across the district, the students are not meeting the number of minutes or the number of lessons that they need to complete. So again, that's that implementation with fidelity or lack thereof. If we go to the next slide, I've given you some information on what will happen if students use the program with fidelity. So if you pay attention to the, not the left hand or my left hand side, but where it says 48, 46, 47, 49, 46, and 56. Those are the students that have grown 1 to 2 levels already this school year because they're using the program and they're meeting their target minutes and their target units inside the program. The numbers that say 23, 18, 21, 27, 25, and 17, those are students that have grown 3 to 4 levels already this school year because they're meeting their target minutes and their target units. And then the numbers all the way at the end represent the students that have grown 5+ levels. So what this data shows you is that if the students use the program with fidelity, they will grow. So what we have to work on is using the program with fidelity across the district, making sure that we're meeting our target minutes, and after we meet our target minutes, then we're meeting our target units or lessons. One of the things that has started happening since I arrived is that the principals receive usage reports on all of these different programs weekly now. The directors send out a report to the principals and the executive directors telling them what their usage is on the program for the week and invite them to schedule a meeting with them to set up an action plan if they are not meeting the intended targets or lessons inside of the program. It's green, not her screen just yet. There we go. What we have is the state of the science department. So in the science department, we use a program for tier 1 instruction. That's that first time instruction. We use a program called Discovery Ed. And Discovery Ed is a very, 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 very rigorous program. I'll give Ms. Portia a couple of minutes to talk about the program after I go over the data with you. But what this slide details is the interactions with the textbook. So the textbook is online. They actually call it a textbook instead of a textbook. And so it's telling you what the students and the teachers and the administrators' interactions were with the textbook or the textbook. An interaction is really defined as an engagement. It's not just you opening the screen and then clicking off of the screen. You actually have to do something on the screen for the engagement to count. So you'll see the different types of engagements that we've had throughout the district with regard to the science textbook interactions. On the left-hand side, or my left-hand side, you'll see the highest number and the lowest number of interactions by teachers and students. So the highest number of teacher interactions that any campus has had is 5,530. And the highest number of student interactions that same campus has had is 27,433. And that's actually the Reed School. So congratulations to them. The lowest number of teacher interactions is 127, and the lowest number of student interactions with the textbook is 1. So again, we're talking about that lack of implementation with fidelity. I will tell you that Discovery Ed makes the top 5 lists as far as NGS as products are concerned. So it is one of those products that has been proven, if utilized with fidelity, the students should do well on the NGSS assessment, which is the state assessment for science that students take in grades 5, 8, and 11. And then here you have the interactions for pre-K through 2, 3 through 5, 6 through 8, which is coming soon because we gradually release the product to the grade levels. We started with grades 9 through 12, then we implemented in K through 5 or pre-K through 5 this school year, and next school year we'll be doing 6 through 8. So you can see here that the average number of interactions a student has had with the textbook, the material, the standards, the assessment practice this year in grades pre-K through 2 is 6. On average, the kids have logged in and engaged with the material 6 times. In grades 3 through 5, the average number of interactions is 12. Now, science currently is not taught every day in Bridgeport. And that is something that I will be working with Mr. PJ Carafa to address for the 24-25 school year to ensure that we are teaching science for a minimum number of minutes every single day. So even if we don't teach it every day, by now we're coming up on 90 days that science instruction has been delivered. And here we're seeing that this child has only had 6 interactions, or on average, pre-K through 2nd grade students have only had 6 interactions with the book. That's about 6 out of 90, 12 out of 90, and 6 out of 90. So again, lack of implementation of the resource with fidelity. And again, the directors are out there, they're giving feedback. I review the feedback every Sunday. My husband watches sports, I don't. So while he watches sports, then I look at the feedback. So I look at the feedback every Sunday, and in that feedback, what I'm seeing is the directors giving the leaders advice on how to increase their usage of the curricular resource. Of course, you want to share that stuff.
I just want to add that this year was the first year for K-5, and they've only had 2 trainings, which is why we have to negotiate more professional development. A lot of the K-5 teachers have been using mystery science, which actually introduces phenomenon. It gets kids actually thinking about the why, the how of the natural world. So the teachers, there are so many different features to science textbook. What is nice about it though, they do have immersive reader. They do have different elements that they can use for multilingual learners. They have what they call an illustrated glossary, which actually shows a picture, shows a video, gives more details about the vocabulary words within the text. They also have the Fed labs where it's more interactive, so the kids can actually repeat some of the lab experiences, but a lot of this also has to do with the materials. The teachers have the digital platform, but they don't all have the materials to implement some of the units. So that's another reason why you may see that the usage reports are relatively low at some schools, and other schools have actually ordered the materials themselves. And this is the first year for K-5, and this is the second year for 9 through 12. But next year we will be implementing grades 6 to 8.
Just a quick thing that I want to add. Thank you, ladies, for that data. Science is one of those critical areas that the state does hold our students accountable for mastering very early on. However, if we are not given attention to science instruction every single day, it's very difficult to establish continuity and for students to actually master those basic skills. One of the pieces that I noted and discovered when I arrived is that we'd spent $7.8 million on a science curriculum, which was not implemented. Was implemented in less than 30% of our schools. And that implementation, we actually walked the campuses and found the materials still shrink wrapped in boxes, untouched. Which is why in January, I made the decision to appoint Ms. Portia Scott as our Director of Elementary Science, because it was obvious to me that we absolutely, desperately needed to have someone in charge of overseeing science instruction at the elementary levels. So my expectation is that we're going to continue to see our students improve their acquisition and their mastery, and certainly their experience with science learning. So thank you, ladies.
Oh, you got more?
I'm done.
You have more to present? No, keep going.
Okay, you can go to the next slide. Okay, so here, this is still Discovery Ed, but it's going to give you the interactions by teacher and by administrator. And so, of the interactions that we've had thus far this year, 96,000 or 97,000 of them are from teachers. 1,282 of those interactions are from leaders. As a former campus principal and district administrator, we must inspect what we expect. The teachers will not utilize the material if no one is supporting them with the implementation and no one is monitoring their implementation of the program. We must move beyond being campus managers to being campus instructional leaders. That is the only way that we're going to truly transform or enhance the public school system here in Bridgeport. Next slide. So in pre-K, we give what's called a Brigance assessment. And the Brigance assessment has about 14 different components on the assessment. If a student is enrolled in grades pre-K through 3, they take the Brigance assessment, and if they're enrolled in pre-K 4, they take the Brigance assessment. The Brigance assessment, your performance on the Brigance assessment determines how likely it is that you will become a student that is serviced in special education. So what you will see here is for pre-K 4, which the next grade would be kindergarten. And pre-K 4, roughly 12% of our students were at risk of becoming serviced in special education. However, if you go out on EdSite today, it will tell you that the district is 20% special education. So that means that once our students leave pre-K through 4, due to their experiences inside of our classrooms, we are developing special education students because that number is growing from 12 to 20, and in some years it has been over 20%.
Ms. Murchison, I need you to please repeat that slowly.
Yes. So right now, with pre-K 4, 12% of the students are at risk of becoming a special education student, so a student with a disability. And the bulk of our students are learning disabled here in Bridgeport. If you go out on EdSite today, it will tell you that the district, the demographics for special education is roughly 20%. So that means we're moving from about 12% to 20%. So that's an 8% increase or 8-point increase. When the students begin to experience education in our kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, etc. classrooms, they're not coming to us with a learning disability. Because of the quality of education they are receiving in our classroom, they are becoming students with a learning disability. This is why I say we must move beyond being managers, and we have to become instructional leaders.
Thank you, Ms. Murchison. I needed you to make emphasis on that point because I've said repeatedly that instructionally, Bridgeport is in a state of crisis. There are foundational skills that our students are not receiving at the elementary level that they need to receive critically early so that we can support them in being successful throughout their elementary career, their middle school career, and beyond. And so I'd like you to give us just a little bit later, probably not during this presentation, just a projection for what it will take to transform that and how quickly we can make that transformation with the kids. Thank you.
So right now, we currently have 37 pre-K programs in 23 schools. That's about 689 students. However, Bridgeport has about 2,000 students in the city who qualify for pre-K education, but we are only servicing about 690. When the parents were surveyed by the Early Childhood Director, they indicated that it was because we do not offer early morning care or after school care. We assume that when the pre-K program is over at noon or at 3 o'clock, they can just leave their job and come and pick up their kid. We know that that's not always the case. So even today, I met with the Lighthouse Director on the city side to talk about partnering with them to ensure that every pre-K site has an after-school or before-school care site through Lighthouse. That is not something that will occur overnight, but it is something that we can work towards for the 25-26 school year. And this will help us to ensure that our students have a strong foundation so that our scores begin to trend upwards.
And I want to, sorry for interrupting, I want to make it clear that our first intention is to partner with the institution that's already in our schools, Lighthouse. However, we know that Bridgeport has a wealth of nonprofit organizations serving students in the early grades, and we want to invite them as well to submit their proposals for how they can better support us with the after-school care side of early childhood in our schools. It is absolutely critical that we're able to capture as many of those 2,000 students that we need to serve in order to ensure that we are not building students with learning disabilities in the city of Bridgeport. Thank you. Please continue.
Yes, sir. So 5 of our pre-K programs have become accredited. 2 are pending accreditation and will receive that before the end of this school year. And 2 of our pre-K sites received successful state visits. That's important because parents want to send their kids to the Ivy League school or the Ivy League program. So it is a big deal that we have 7 sites in the district that are accredited by the National Association of Educating Young Children.
Next
slide, please. So here we have the multilingual department. The bar graphs that you have before you are the students who participated in the Lost Links assessment. The Lost Links assessment is the assessment that measures their language acquisition. How proficient have they become in the English language, okay? So in 22-23, we tested 4,952 students, And in the 23-24 school year, we tested 5,544 students. Please note that our multilingual population is larger than our special education population. Multilingual population represents about 28% of the district. That is almost 30%. So if you walk into a class and it has 10 students, at least 3 of those students are going to be multilingual students. I'm also doing a study of the levels, like how long the students have been in U.S. schools or in Connecticut schools. And I will tell you that in grades kindergarten through 5, the bulk of that 28%, they're newcomers. So they don't speak any English. The SBAC and the NGSS assessments in grades 3 through 11 are given in English only. So if they are not proficient in the English language, it's almost impossible for them to become successful on that SBAC or NGSS assessment. Next slide.
One more time, I'm sorry, before you move on. This is part of the reason why it's so critical. And in one of the priorities that I identified during my 100 days, I indicated that we have to become a sheltered instruction district. We have to be able to address the needs of all of the multilingual students that will continue to come. The numbers have increased exponentially by over 500 this year alone.
Yes,
and that is an increase, I can't remember the percentage, but it's a significant increase over last year. So we're going to have to become a sheltered instruction district, and we're going to have to do better than a tiny welcome center at Central High School to serve students that represent a third of our population. Go ahead, thank you.
So the bulk of, while she's speaking of the newcomer center, the bulk of our newcomers, and I don't have the exact number, but if you're a numbers person and you want it, I'll get it for you. The bulk of our newcomers do not go to the newcomer center. They're not attending school at the newcomer center because we do not provide transportation to them. So the only way for them to go to school every day, if we're not going to provide the transportation, is for them to go to their neighborhood school. The support currently is at the newcomer center. It's not at their neighborhood school. So one of the things that my division will also be looking at is seeing how we can open up more newcomer centers throughout the district, perhaps in each feeder.
Sorry, Jennifer. Please note that we are not transporting our newcomers to the newcomer center, but we are expending an exponential amount of our budget transforming students to charter schools, parochial schools, and private schools while not serving the students that are in the district. Go ahead, Jennifer.
So one of the programs that we use to help the students with language acquisition is called Lexia English. And what you'll see here is the students that are below the usage guidelines. Just like the regular Lexia program gives you usage guidelines, the Lexia English program gives you guidelines based on your placement assessment. And so the first bar is the students that are below the usage guidelines. The bar in the middle is the students that are at the usage guidelines. And the bar all the way to my right are the students that are above usage guidelines. These numbers represent 39% of the testers. So remember, I said we tested 5,544 students. These numbers only represent 39%. So 61% of those students did not even get the opportunity to practice with this program to acquire the English language before they took the Lost Links assessment. So before I go to the next slide, you can almost anticipate what the data on the Lost Links assessment is going to look like because we did not implement the program with fidelity. Of the students that you are looking at right now, only 25% of them are meeting their usage. So that means even the ones we did allow to get into the program, 75% of them are not meeting their recommended usage. Next slide. So this is our performance on lost links this year. The red bars are this year, the blue bars are last year. For this year, 88% of our testers are below proficient. So when they
say that again, I'm sorry, how many?
88% of the testers. So 88% of that 5,544. 88% of that 5,544 are below proficient. So that means that they have not acquired the English language. Some of those students are currently sitting for the SBAC and the NGSS assessment. I just told you for every 10 Bridgeport students, roughly 3 of them are multilinguals. And now I'm telling you that 2/3 of that 3, they're not proficient in the English language. So already you can predict before the day comes back from the state what it's going to look like.
And we had a very robust representation of some of our multilingual parents in this boardroom last week, advocating specifically for this issue, the fact that their students are not having opportunities to acquire language, are not having opportunities to meet with counselors, are not having opportunities to be academically successful in Bridgeport. So I'm really happy that you're bringing this to our attention because it brings to life exactly what the parents and the students were advocating for when they met with us last week. Thank you.
So of the 5,544 that tested, 4,800 of them are below proficient, meaning they have not acquired the English language. And I just talked about how we failed to implement the program that we purchased that has been proven to help multilingual students acquire the language. We failed to implement that program with fidelity. Next slide. This is for the Department of Visual and Performing Arts. So what we've done is we've given you because it's performing and visual arts, right? So we've given you the events, performances, professional development sessions they've attended, the number of new programs or new trainees that we have throughout the district, the number of students that are college bound in the area of performing and visual arts, and the Thespian Society induction. The blue bars represent the art program, the red represents music, green represents theater, and purple represents the BANG program, which I'm understanding is an after-school program. So you can see our theater students engaged in 10 performances throughout the year, and the other arts or visual performing arts programs that we have throughout the district engaged in half or less than half of that 10. So, and you can also see the events that our students were able to participate in. We have to give our students more exposure to motivate them to want to put on the performances. So, coupled with professional development and high quality instruction inside of the art, music, or theater classroom, we have to make sure that we're getting our students out there. I understand we took 12 to DC, but we have way more students participating in the visual and performing arts program than 12 students. So we have to make sure that we are equitably giving students access to events to motivate them to want to come back and put on performances across the district. So Connecticut, did you know? Are you smarter than a 5th grader? Connecticut has an elementary and a secondary social studies framework. So we actually have standards that we are supposed to be teaching with regards to social studies. It says coming soon because currently in Bridgeport, we do not have a social studies curriculum. We have pockets across the district where teachers have gotten together and done the very best that they can with no training on how to write curriculum and written curriculum. It is my understanding that sometimes that curriculum does not address the standards, and that is from the mouths of leaders in our very own school district. So in the coming weeks, I will be taking to the Teaching and Learning Committee a proposal for a social studies curriculum. Of course, it's going to be pricey, but we have standards that we're supposed to be addressing that we're not addressing at all, and we have not addressed since 2009. That was the last time the district had a standard social studies curriculum. Next slide. So right now, my division is undergoing a review process, a teaching and a learning review process. And these are the different phases of the review process. Right now, we are in the data collection phase, and we're collecting qualitative data and quantitative data. So in the next week, parents, students, teachers, and leaders across the district will be invited to participate in a perception survey about the quality of education that students are receiving here in Bridgeport. My division will also begin doing non-evaluative classroom walkthroughs to assess the quality of the instruction that is being provided in our schools. All of that data will be analyzed to determine what our steps forward are going to be. What is our path forward? And we will be using that information to provide targeted professional development throughout next school year and way beyond. It is one of the biggest indicators of how effective a teacher is inside of the classroom is the support that they receive. We currently don't have district coaches. All we have currently is one math director for K through 12, one literacy director for K through 12, 2 science directors, and no social studies director. And they are charged with supporting all 39 of the schools in the district. It is not reasonable that they will even make it to all 39 of those schools throughout the course of 6 weeks. Visiting 5 schools, that's a strategic visit to one school, one campus, multiple classrooms per day. So we have to do a better job of investing in our teachers in the form of support.
Thank you, Jennifer. And that is precisely why, and unfortunately it took 3 times to get it past this board, that we contacted and actually finally were able to engage Relay so that we can have that coaching support without having to hire dozens of coaches in the district to support our teachers with their teaching capacity. And it's also the reason why we contracted with Hanover Research in order to assess the effectiveness of that process as we are working with Relay to build capacity with our teachers. The decimation, the evisceration of the academic department over the last 15 years in Bridgeport has led to exactly the data that you're looking at right now. That is the outcome of getting rid of coaches, getting rid of teachers, getting rid of counselors, getting rid of librarians, getting rid of anything that supports literacy, early childhood, math, and efficacy for our teachers. And so now we are in a process of having to rebuild systems that used to exist in this district at one time, but no longer exist. Agree, disagree with my methods, my approach. This is the work that has to happen in order for our students to be able to grow and be successful. And we need to agree to disagree and commit, because our students need us to commit in order for them to be able to be successful. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Yeah. Next slide. So some of the gaps that I've noted already is that data does not serve as the catalyst for change. We kind of have, if I want it, I'll buy it mentality. I don't really know what gap it's going to address or what need it's going to serve. And I'm not going to buy the professional development that goes with it. I'm just buy the product and I'm going to do the very best I can to roll it out. We have to have an instructional culture that is grounded in data-driven instructional practices. Right now, we currently have no standard definition of what high-quality instruction looks like inside of a classroom. We've spent millions of dollars on curricular resources, and throughout this presentation, I've shown you that we have failed to implement those resources with fidelity. We have to establish a standard framework for high-quality, first-time instruction. High-quality, first-time instruction. We cannot intervene our way out of a tier 1 problem. It has to be a non-negotiable of implementing the research-based curricular resources with fidelity. There can be no wiggle room. There can be no favors. There can be no I scratch your back and you scratch mine type of thing. We must implement with fidelity, and we must inspect what we expect. There has been a lack of support for teachers and leaders with implementing instructional expectations. Teachers are not being supported because leaders have not been supported with becoming instructional leaders. We've done a great job of arming them with the tools and resources that they need to be managers, but not necessarily instructional leaders. So we must provide job-embedded coaching and professional development. And we're starting that work by partnering with Relay and with Hanover Research and some of the other proposals that I'll be taking before the Teaching and Learning Committee. And we have been inconsistent with supporting our multilingual learners and our students with disabilities. We have to ensure that when we're building the guiding documents to support implementation of the curricular resources, that we fold in those supports for multilingual learners and special education students. I am a coach, but I am only a coach because I had a leader who believed that I could take over the world if I got a coach. In my first 2 years of my principalship, I had a coach. My coach became my friend. And so now sometimes I call her and I say I'm calling as my friend, or I'm calling as my coach. I need my coach right now. I believe in coaching people. So much so that my team or my division is already in the process of being equipped with the skills that they need to do the work that I am asking them to do. Today was day 1 of their training in SIOP for multilingual learners. They have another day of training tomorrow. And after that, they will be writing an implementation plan for how we're going to strategically roll out the sheltered instruction observation protocol across the district to support our multilingual learners and students with disabilities. Next slide. We will rise together if we adhere to these core values. We must prioritize data-driven reflection to inform decision-making and growth. We cannot continue to do the same things that we have always done and expect that we're going to get different results. We have to become dedicated to providing high-quality Tier 1 or first-time instruction. That is going to require teachers to practice in PLCs before they go live in front of the students, so that they get the support from their leaders and their peers with perfecting their craft before they deliver those lessons in front of students. We must offer strategic support. Now, I'm gonna tell you, I probably get about 10 emails from vendors a day. I don't know whose idea was to put my email address on the website. Nevertheless, I probably get 10 emails from vendors a day trying to sell me some kind of product. So much so that I had to ask ChatGPT to craft a response to these vendors to just say, we're not interested at this time. We're going to have to be strategic about the support, the curriculum resources, the observation, coaching, and feedback that we're providing to teachers, leaders, and even students. And we have to be committed to providing equitable opportunities for students. If this student needs one box to access the lesson, then we give that student that one box. But if that student over there needs 2 boxes to access the lesson, then we have to give that student over there those 2 boxes. If we ground every decision we make in these core values, I promise you, I've done it before in 8 months. It's not going to be 8 months in Bridgeport, I can tell you that. But I've done it before in 8 months. If we stay true to these core values, we will rise together. Are there any questions for me as the Chief Academic Officer? Oh, we did great.
All right. If you could take down the PowerPoint so I can.
Who had their hand up first? Madam Chair, if you help me.
I need to see the members online, just make sure no one has their hand up. And then I'll open the floor up. First person is Mr. Traber.
Yeah. Early on, you had a slide up on the math testing that was done. Was that done only in English or was that done in multiple languages?
It's the universal screener is only provided in the native language, in English.
Yeah, okay.
In our flow.
But you said native language, that's right. In our language, in the. Okay. Yeah. And then I know that when you were talking about the lost links, that one of the problems we always have with lost links was that our ESL teachers are drawn away to multiple other responsibilities because the law doesn't require them to do their job. And so will we be, I assume from your presentation that this will be addressed.
Yes, sir. So Mr. Carafa and I are looking at master scheduling. They've already given me the student counts for special education students, multilingual learners. Those students or the sections for those students will go down on the master schedules first. And then everyone else will be scheduled around those sections to ensure that we have the staff available to provide the supports to the students who need the supports.
And I want to be clear, I was referring to the
teachers,
the ESL teachers,
yes,
not the
sir.
Special ed teachers.
Well, we're gonna address
Connecticut, the special ed teachers obviously are required by law to provide the services that are, we'll be talking about that later today. That's on our agenda. But the ESL teachers are not required. And that's the problem, though. There's a legal distinction made there.
They're going to be
required. We don't want to make that distinction as educators, but
they're going to be required in Bridgeport.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Sokolovic.
Yes, I got a question. I'm basically that driven, and let me see the demographic data, how it breaks down, race, gender, school, neighborhood, what have you. See, to find the areas of real contention. And also, I'd be curious to know, I've mentioned this before, if it's possible to pull out English language learners from our test scores and see what would happen if we were on a similar problem. Because we got kind of a disparity between the English language learners in our district versus the charter school versus the private school. And they like to put up the score that they're doing so well. And everybody's taking the test in English and they got a 5% English language learner population. Of course they're going to do better on these tests. I can't go to China and just plant myself in the middle of the country. I would survive all the time. I would be able to do this. So we need to account for all these things. And definitely we need to put some pressure on other schools that we're servicing and stuff. Like you said, we're spending money in these schools. They're not picking up their fair share of students and providing equitable services to the artists and service population. That's one thing. Science. Science is one of my big things. Scott was going to come to China, and I've been all about science for years and years, and it's disturbing to hear those kids. I believe I probably proved them. It wasn't the ones that came from kids. I said, so perhaps was the last curriculum.
I'm sorry to hear.
The last science curriculum came with it. Textbooks, I mean, consumable books, a bunch of.
Yes, that was iQuest.
iQuest, yes.
Yes.
Are we still using it?
I'm sorry.
Oh, we're still using iQuest?
Yes, this is the last year.
And yeah, we never revisit as a board. After we buy it, it seems like we need to revisit it. If it's working or not, it's after we can report back, like maybe after a year or so, report back to committee. Yes, so, can we get a copy of this presentation?
Absolutely.
Good, because I got a whole lot of questions that keep going on and on and on, but it's just a time, because this is a lot going on at us at one time. But this probably should be broken down a piece at a time, maybe a subject matter and essentially.
The presentation is actually going to also go on our website in the Rising Together page.
And just further disaggregation and saying definitely further, but especially raising income complaint workers. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Benahan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to speak very slowly so people can understand and very clear what I'm going to say. Dr. Camilla David, thank you for your information, but I'm going to ask questions incoming. I can say, here we go again, you hiring another person, and I know you're responsible for selecting, hiring people, I understand that, but I feel that the lack of communications is not working very well. And the reason I'm saying this, just because.
Mr. Benahan, I'm going to call a point of order. If you could just keep this to the presentation content and then any kind of feedback for the superintendent, you can multiple.
It's about the presentation, Madam Chair. I'm going there now. To tell now. It's about
okay.
And thank you. You just gave me the floor. I want to finish this because look at what time is it. So as I said, it's much better, as I said, and you all of you know this, and I say this, it's good to have this information before the meeting so we have any questions, because right now I'm in my house. It's very difficult and to listen to the ladies do the presentation because the technology. And of course, I see this, I never see what she present right now, and then, I would like to have it, but like Camila said, they're gonna put it in a website and we can read it, we can see it, we can ask questions. But Dr. Camila Leviteve will always spread you need to have, and you know that. I would love to, from you, exactly our superintendent, Bridgeport Public School, you give us a report the way it is as superintendent, Bridgeport School. I know you bring this information and this from your report, but I would love to hear you. It's a lot of things as you as superintendent of school, they can give it to us. So I would like to, for the next time, it's coming from you. And it's a lot of communication, team building, operation, instruction, problem resolving with the team, district with employee, program, administration. It's a lot of things that I know you as a superintendent, they can give it to us. So I feel that you as a superintendent of Bridgeport School, give us the report, because I know you bring more information for us. That not against, nice, but you bring this tonight, and I don't exactly know who's the person. Welcome to the board, but at the same time, she bring information to us that we don't know. I cannot ask questions. So as I say, and I told you all the time, please be sure as we have this before our meeting, so maybe we can ask questions, or maybe you can email before the meeting, and maybe you can answer us, and our meeting is not going to be too long. I just want to put that for the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
had a really difficult time understanding you, Mr. Benahan, but I'm sure you're probably going to send me an email so that I know exactly how I can support you. Thank you.
I will. Thank you.
Ms. Perez.
I think he was, I interpreted as he wants you not to delegate to others. That's not how I put
That
it.
doesn't make sense.
But well, also like she's the head of this department.
She's the chief.
She's the chief of academics. I think she's. I understand what you said, Mr. President, but I also think that you have cabinet members who share it as well. As part of their job descriptions. I think this is probably actually I stepped out for a minute, but I think he mentioned you know, the amount of resources we have is and we're not really trying that. But what's going to be planned to there's still a lot of resources that you mentioned. What's the plan to streamline that? I know you mentioned the instructional leaders. Is there some kind of like, give me a list of all the resources you're not using fidelity as a board or maybe I don't know something? Absolutely. Can you remember? Because it seemed like you're just going out. I was like, wait a minute, that's another. I'm just writing down a list. I'm like, this is a lot of money.
You will drown in the number of resources.
So yeah. And then I would love to have an instruction support service maybe in the next couple months or the next week if possible to kind of go further in this topic.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely, I'll be there.
Okay, I want to open the floor for board members that haven't had an opportunity to speak yet or ask questions. Ms. Karis Samir, any questions, comments regarding the superintendent's report?
No questions, no comments. Thank you.
Ms. Bain, any questions or comments regarding the superintendent's report? I'll come back to you, Ms. Bain. Mr. Medina, any questions or comments regarding the superintendent's report?
Thank you. Yes, I'm not sure if I could be heard right now.
I'm clear.
Thank you. Well, welcome, ladies. I'm not sure your names, but to the group and to the Miss Superintendent. I have some children that are in the district still with our church community and everything, and I'm just a small question. There is some testing that are happening right now at the schools. What is that testing, that evaluation right now that's happening in the schools?
That's good.
It sounds like you were asking what assessments we're currently taking in the district. And we're currently taking SBAC Math, SBAC ELA, and NGSS, which is the science test. Following that, the schools will be given the DIBELS, which is the end of the year universal screener for ELA. They will be given the end of the year assessment for math. AP students have begun taking their advanced placement examinations as well.
That is the question. Yes, it was. Thank you for that answer. When will we be receiving those test results? Because I think they're taking either once or twice a year. When we will be receiving those results for we can compare?
So the universal screener results will be available at the end of the school year, which is middle of June. And the SBAC and NGSS results will be available in August.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to getting those results presented to the board or shared even by email. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I yield the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'll go back to Ms. Bain. Any questions or comments regarding the superintendent's report? Okay, Mr. Woodson?
I have something to say. People shouldn't expect results when they don't vote for the superintendents. So that should propose.
Thank you, Mr. Woodson. I have a comment before I go back around to the full board. First, thank you for the very thorough report. And I mean that when you interviewed before committee, I knew you were going to show us what it is. I've had the opportunity to tour facilities and I saw the science materials in boxes. And I believe it's available on our website at one of the facilities with feces on it, not being used. And so that's available on our website to see the conditions of the lack of implementation with fidelity. I'm going to use that all the time, but I heard some great hope from your presentation, because from the campus tours, I saw that a lot of the items that current members of this board, we had voted on and it wasn't implemented and we weren't seeing the results from in the classroom. So there needs to be a critical change in the district. I mean, like you said, you did it in 8 months, so I'm looking forward to you doing it here. I don't want to get into too many of the details because the actual statistics are depressing, but I'm looking forward with your leadership and guidance to change it. And so I'll just keep it very simple with those statements. Yes, Dr. Levy David.
I just really want to express my thanks and my appreciation for the support of board members who continuously call me asking about instruction, asking about student outcomes, asking about how we're going to improve performance in the district, and have been supporting since day one a lot of the things that I've been sharing. And I've also been supporting the fact that we need to do things very differently in order to move forward. This is not, this is people's lives. I am here because I truly believe that children in Bridgeport have a birthright to an education and that they've been denied that for decades. And that unfortunately, many of the people who are well-meaning are contributing to that neglect. I want to make sure that we're all on one accord with how important it is to do this work for the kids. Put aside your egos, put aside your petty disputes. Nobody cares. We only care about what is right for kids and getting our students on track. I want them to have their heads held high, and I want them to be able to tell people proudly that they go to Bassick High School and they're graduates of Bassick and Harding and Central and Aquaculture and Fairchild Wheeler. I want our students to be able to hold their heads up proud, no matter where they go in Connecticut or throughout this country, because they received an excellent, outstanding education in Bridgeport Public Schools. That is the only thing that we are here to do. It is the only thing the public expects of us, and it should be our number one priority. And I've been fighting all year to make that the number one priority at these meetings. And I'll tell you, it's been really challenging to continue to rise above the constant disrespect, the constant abuse, the constant hostile work environment, the constant abuse of my family in our home, the vandalism of my vehicle and my property, just to do my job in Bridgeport. And I don't think that anybody watching this would be eagerly trying to come here right now, because the data that I just presented you is a district at the complete failure to its citizens and its students. I don't present that for people to feel bad. I want there to be a sense of urgency and a sense of righteous anger in our citizens that we have to provide them with the services they're paying taxes to receive. And we're not doing that. We have a lot of excuses for why we're not doing what we're supposed to do for kids. Lots of excuses. And I'm not even going to go into them because they don't matter. I am here because I care. And I continue to be here because I care. My passion, my heart is in this work. The people that are at that table that have chosen to join this organization are doing so because they believe in this vision and they believe in what we can do for the kids in Bridgeport. I want every single person in Bridgeport to hear me. I'm not going anywhere. I have pledged to be here for 10 years. It's going to take 10 years to transform this district and do this work. I believe God put me here to do this work, and I'm going to continue to stay strong doing this work. So if you want to work with us on turning the district around, please come on board. We need you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Levy David. Actually, I just wanted to finish my comments. I think this goes back to the CAPE report. Other districts would never get rid of their coaches. Other districts would never get rid of their academic offices. They would never get rid of anything that would impact the children directly. And they're at or very near to that goal of 75%. And so I think it's going to take a critical change for Bridgeport. Also, I did want for the public to know, in my tenure on the board, there's been 2 other superintendents, 1 interim. There's never, ever been no requirement, no contractual requirement for the superintendent's report to be given in advance of the board. This information in this report, that's something that the superintendent's office, as well as who she delegates it out to, comes to beforehand. But there's never been a requirement for the prior superintendents. In fact, we had one superintendent that came here and just laid their arms back, said whatever was on their mind, and that was it. And there was never, and there are members of this board now that was there throughout those superintendents to hold such a requirement. So I do ask that there has to be consistency in terms of implementation of what we expect. And in order to actually implement what we expect, we need to actually have that concrete and not just create out of the air any new expectations for this superintendent when it's not contractually obligated, mandated by statute, or anything of the like, and it wasn't done for the last 2 superintendents. But this report, as was mentioned, will be available on our website for the entire public to see. So I'm going to continue with Mr. Traber and then Mr. Sokolovic now that I've gone around to the full board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start with the last point you just made. That's completely untrue.
Mr. Traber, can you keep your comment? Point of order. Mr. Traber, you have to acknowledge that this comment is regarding the superintendent's report and not your opinion as to what I stated. So,
that's
point of order.
Chair.
Yeah, it is asinine. It is very asinine that you fail to comply and be respectful.
I have the floor.
No, you don't.
I do have the floor. Gave it to me. I have the floor. You made a statement that is not true. We got a.
So we're going to move on
copy of the superintendent's report.
There is no requirement.
Every meeting in the packet.
Mr. Traber, your inability to follow directions, you are out of order.
I am not out of order.
Mr. Traber, you are out of order.
Because you made a statement that wasn't true.
Mr. Traber.
I am not out of order.
You are out of order, and therefore you don't have the floor.
You may not.
You have to continue to carry yourself with an appropriate decorum.
Because I disagreed with you.
Mr. Traber.
I disagreed with you because you made an untrue statement. The last chair gave us a copy of her, superintendent, gave us a copy of her report before every meeting. It was in the packet.
It was not a requirement.
So read it and ask questions in advance. At the CABE CAPS conference last fall, I asked the president of CABE.
Mr. Sokolovic, you have the floor.
He told me yes. It is standard operating procedure for a superintendent to submit their report to the Board of Ed in advance of the meeting so that the Board of Ed may read it.
Okay, so now moving forward, the next item on the agenda is
public is not.
No, you have the floor. So you have to choose to speak right now, Mr. Sokolovic, or we'll move on to unfinished business. Appropriate decorum for the board is not to yell out loud because you don't agree with the board chair.
Floor, Madam Chair. You took it away
as you continue. Mr. Sokolovic, you have the floor.
Oh, mighty.
Yes. These programs such as Lexia and the math programs, are they supplemental or are they supplanting the regular curriculum? Because I know my son was in school. They would take time out of the class, sometimes classroom instruction to read those required hours. It's not supplementing what's happening. It's supplanting it, maybe it's not for the best.
Yes, sir, I'm here, but I didn't understand your question.
Well, sometimes the pressure that they meet the service hours on the Lexia, the Reading Plus, and the other programs that we have, so we get the values. Some questions, taking time out of the class and say what you need in class, taking time out of instruction. We certainly that's courses, I mean, it's, we got things, some of the English and say, and we'll take the time out for the kids to get, say, 3 hours when we go Lexia, reading class, for sure, the monthlies, taking one problem. Short.
So that's not going to be my recommendation. My recommendation is going to be.
Wait, sorry, I thought I had turned your mic on. There you go.
That's not going to be my recommendation. My recommendation is going to be that we have a certain number of tier 1 minutes. So that's the first time instruction that you heard me talk about. So let's say, for instance, it's 60 minutes. And then back up to that 60 minutes is going to be intervention/enrichment time. Because there are students in Bridgeport who are excelling and they don't need intervention. And we have to do a better job of giving those students what they need as well. So it's going to be intervention and enrichment time. And let's just say hypothetically today that we chose 20 minutes to back up to the 60 minutes. So students will get 60 minutes to work on the standards, and they would get 20 minutes to work on intervention or enrichment activities. So some recommendations for master schedules will be given to building principals.
Thank you for that. Yes, I love this presentation. I agree 100%. We should focus more on instruction. We should have definitely more discussions around things like this. And I'm glad it's placed on the agenda. The only place we really could have conversations is at meetings, and as long as the committee chairs and the board chair and superintendent place things on the agenda, I'm more than happy to have these discussions.
Okay, Ms. Bain.
I want to say that I agree with Joseph Kalovich in his last statement that this is a great presentation and we need to have more of it. And that's a first, but I'm happy to say that. And this is something that we needed and we need to continue to have at these meetings. The progress report of our students, the progress report of what it is that we're looking for to this. The young woman that was on public speaking saying we have all of these new hires and what are we going to do? This should have answered a big portion of her question as to what are we doing for our students moving forward. And I thank you because this shows the progress of what has been happening under the tutelage and supervision of our superintendent. It's hard to see when we have a lot of stuff that's blocking the progress, but it's good to see it come together the way it did in this presentation. So I thank you. That's it. Oh, and one more thing. If it is not a requirement for the superintendent to give her report to the board before, it would be a nice gesture of unity for those that wish to have it, to see something, so we won't have to keep going through that particular part of it again. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bain. We're still on the superintendent's report. So please, board members, keep your comments regarding the content in the superintendent's report. This is not debate. So I don't know who had their hands up, either Mr. Medina or Mr. Benahan.
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Benahan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going what exactly Dr. Camilla Levitt said. And I understand situation and our frustration, and she's upset. She's scared. Dr. Camilla Levitt, but you're not the only person people attack you, and people go behind, do things they don't supposed to. As a board members, we have attacked too. As a board member, we got people there behind us, trying to let us know how we work or why we don't support you, and a lot of negative stuff. But you know what? I stand up for you because I know you have a good feeling for Bridgeport Public School. So the same passion you have for Bridgeport Public School, trust me, Dr. Camilo Leviteve, and people tell you, almost 20 years in the district. This is my 5th year as a board member. We got the same passion for have the best for Bridgeport Public School. You're not the only one be attacking. We got board members here. We got attacking very badly. And we had to defend. As you do, you had to defend yourself and your family. We had to do it too. So I want you to understand, as you said in your report, we're here to work together. It's not easy, but I always say, together we can make the difference. I just want to say that for the report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Benahan. Mr. Medina?
Yeah, on the comment in regards to the defense for the superintendent about the report being made, it was brought forward many times as an ask. And we have asked, multiple board members have asked, and at every single occasion that it was asked, it was expressed a reason of why it wasn't done at that particular meeting and multiple meetings. But also, it was always expressed that she would do her best to do so and that she plans to do so accordingly. So this notion of, it has never been done before, it's never been asked, or whatever the case might be, it's on record. We have asked because we want to be prepared and we want to share in her presentation and have questions and share dialogue back and forth, And I would say with the superintendent's report, and I'll speak for myself, for Willie Medina, board member and community leader, that, I have not received that one invite to any event that she has gone to as a board member since I've been a board member. And I opened that door once again because it just seems like there is a favoritism. And if she says that she is God sent, like she claims to be, and she got work to do.
Mr. Medina, can you just keep it on the report?
I am talking about the report. She specifically said that. So I am keeping it on the report because I would like to encourage her. So if I can, have the floor as I do, that we will welcome the invite to work side by side instead of continuing to go to the basement with facts that are already been on record and uplift this community and these parents instead of making report and not welcoming everybody. So I would encourage you to stop picking sides respectfully because, we've tried and we work with you, and we've had few meetings that we've had in gatherings in which, we spoke about rising together. We spoke about moving forward. And I just don't understand why we continue to go to the basement. So please, my email is open. My phone has always been open 24 hours a day. So I look forward to getting some kind of feedback from you directly, not from anybody of your staff, because I don't want to hear from your staff. I want to hear from my employee that we can work together from her own mouth and from her own communication if possible. But we have asked, and you have said multiple times that you would do so, and you have not done so except made, other excuses. So I appreciate the time. Thank you for your report, and I look forward to trying to figure this whole system out because you have a 9-member board, and not a 5-member board, not a 1-member board, not a 3-member board, but a 9-member board. And we all need to hear from you, not only a selected few that you decide to. So I want to put that on the record, that I look forward to communicating with you and hearing from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your feedback.
All right. This is the last one. Ms. Casimir.
Yes, and I'll make it quick. I think that it should be up to the discretion of the superintendent whether she wants to share her report or not. The only thing that I am concerned about with the superintendent sharing her report with the board before the meeting is because of the fact that she adds some stuff there. She may add something 2 days before. She may add something the day before. She may add something the morning of. Is she going to be penalized for not having that information? If she doesn't have time to get somebody to email out the board, the update every single time she updates the report, I'm just concerned that that's going to be held against her too. So that's the only thing that I wanted to say. That was it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Casimir. I appreciate your grace and your perceptiveness. We do continuously do multiple reviews, multiple reads on anything before we place it in front of the board or in front of the public, because we want to make sure that we are representing Bridgeport in the best possible light. And you're absolutely right. We were making reviews up until right before we got in our respective vehicles to come to this meeting, to this very same report that you received tonight. Now, the reason why this report is part of the superintendent's report and not in another part of the agenda is because unless I have time during the superintendent's report to speak, I don't get to speak. These are not my meetings. These are the board's meetings. So this is my one opportunity to actually share information that I'm getting questions from the public, from our congressmen, from our city leaders, from organizations, and from community partners. They want to know, they want to hear about achievement. They're tired of hearing the fighting and all of the other things that happen in these meetings, and they actually want to hear about our kids. And so this is when I have an opportunity, uninterrupted typically, to provide this level of information. And this is going to go on the website. None of the stuff is hitting or in any way mysterious or meant to be kept from everyone. We want the public to be very familiar with how we're serving kids and the process of improving that service to kids. So thank you so much for your consideration.
Mr. Traver.
Yes, notwithstanding our disagreement a moment ago, I do very much appreciate the report that was given tonight. And the advantage of getting in advance is there was so much information that it's hard to know what all we want to ask questions about. So the ability to look at it in advance enables us to have more time to digest the information that you provided and ask, hopefully, more intelligent questions about it. It's hard to run out there and sit and see the screens because none of us, I think Mr. Winston said middle-aged eyes, or I think the superintendent made reference to middle-aged eyes, and Mr. Winston and I were joking about, I actually have senior eyes, not middle-aged eyes, to go out there and try and see what's on the screen, but to have something that we can actually look at and try and look at it and analyze it and say, oh, I don't understand this, what about this? That's our job as board members, and the more that we can discuss, I would agree with the superintendent. That's what we'd like to be doing more of. So I do very much appreciate this report, and we do have 2 committees meeting next week, finance and instruction and support, where this is very appropriate to. If I understood Ms. Perez's question a moment ago, the question of cost and how much this is going to cost us is very relevant. This is when we need to be figuring it out, because we're setting next year's budget in the next few weeks to try and figure out how we're going to be able to do all this. And this is all very important as we, I think, think all agree. Superintendent talked about the passion of some of us have been trying to get this stuff right for decades and want to see it done right for decades. So we do share that same passion as Mr. Benahan said. So at the finance meeting, we're going to set that, and then the facility, what used to be the teaching and learning committee, this is where we would, at each meeting that I attended last year when I was on teaching and learning, we would go over these kinds of things. How are we doing in science? How are we doing in English language and learning and math? And we would present and look at this data. So this is a great opportunity for us. And we have both of those committees meeting next week, so we can continue these discussions at those meetings next week and would urge us to do so. And that's how they come before the general board at our regular meetings, is out of those committees. So I would urge us to do that and continue these discussions so they don't just come up under the superintendent's report. They come up under the business of the board. Thank you.
Ms. Perez?
Just want to clarify, I actually wasn't asking about future costs. I was baffled by the past costs that were going unnoticed. But yeah, we can obviously inquire about the future costs of new programs. I also would like to ask my motion to go on, but that's a good motion.
That's asinine. All right. The next item on the agenda is under unfinished business, which is discussion and possible action concerning the employment performance or evaluation criteria of Dr. Carmela Levy-David as a public officer / employee of the Bridgeport Board of Education. This item qualifies for executive session. However, I would suggest, or if a board member is so moved, is that this item is tabled and we, in our board member package, should have received the sample from Greater City Schools, and that wasn't sent out. So I would suggest that we table it so we can have all the samples available. There's also a sample from Mass that can be shared with the board.
To table.
Okay, there's been a motion to table by Mr. Traver.
I'll second that.
Second by Ms. Perez. Is there any debate? Seeing that there's no hands up for debate. Oh, okay. Sorry, I can't follow along because multiple mics are on, so go.
I'm concerned about timeline. I think special meeting future. Get these papers, because we got to get this in place. Is there something that needs to be done? I don't want to be in a position where we are with the budget where it becomes such an emergency and we don't do an adequate job on. This is one of the 3 goals. I want to drop the ball on this. And give them thorough evaluation Sunday night. And once we get this format, we're going to have 30 days to give us a presentation. So we're talking about if we do it today, 30 days from now, we see the presentation from the superintendent. And we're trying to push up into the school very, very close. So I'm saying that just for the record, we cannot create an emergency to floor plan budget from this and get this done. We got 30 hours budget. I just said values overall. So let's just please make sure time is in this.
Ms. Perez?
I was going to ask if we could have a special meeting before the next board meeting for it.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. All in favor for tabling? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. All right, any abstentions, any noes? There's one no from Mr. Sokolovic. Motion carries to table it. All right, the next item on the agenda is special education update. This item too qualifies for executive session, and it's highly urged to go into executive session as a lot of the district's performance or lack thereof was demonstrated in the superintendent's report. Is there a motion to have the special education update in executive session? It's been moved by Ms. Perez. Is there a second?
I second it.
It's been seconded by Mr. Woodson. We're now in debate in terms of having it in executive session. Mr. Traber, you had your hands up.
I guess I need to understand this is the first time we've had a.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I thought I had the floor, Ms. Bain.
Sorry.
I did not.
Well,
But I'll continue.
point of, Jesus.
Well, tell her to stop.
Mr. Traber, you're out of order. Ms. Bain, out of order. Please go on mute.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was off mute. I wasn't laughing at you, Mr. Traber. I was laughing at something here, and I do apologize.
Thank you. My understanding in the past, when special ed reports were given, they were public information. They were general reports given on a monthly basis to the board, and I thought that's what we were going to get at this meeting. That we had put it off till after the budget, but we were going to get it at this meeting. So I'm questioning or asking for an explanation as to why we need to go into executive session on this when these were reports that were done monthly in the past at the regular board meetings.
Under advice of counsel from Bertram and Moses, we've been advised to conduct this special education update in executive session. Mr. Sokolovic?
Oh, wait, I hadn't yielded the floor yet, madam. I asked a question.
We're now in debate. Debate is
was
for
not yielding the floor yet.
if you're in debate during Robert's rules, you're supposed to plead your point. So if you're pleading your point,
I asked the
okay.
question in my making.
Okay, so let's see what your time is looking like. You have 6 minutes in your debate.
So under advice from Bertram and Moses, all you said, we are not, as I understood the report was giving us an overview of what the district's current situation was on special ed, not dealing with specific cases. Is this discussion going to be dealing with specific cases or just the general situation of the district? Because that's what I understood in the past was presented every month at district meetings. Again, a question for you, Madam Chair.
Your time is running. You have 5 minutes. This is debate. It's not a question.
Do you intend to answer the question, Madam Chair, or do you not intend to answer the question? You made the agenda, so I'm asking you about the item you put on the agenda.
Your time's continuing.
Do you intend to answer the question, Madam Chair? There's nothing in the packet about what's on the agenda.
Mr. Traver, I'm going to answer.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent.
The request that I received was to develop a comprehensive report on special education and its condition in the district. And I've done that. And it's taken approximately 9 months to compile this report. And the advice is not to do this report in open session, but to do it in executive session due to its content. And that's all that I can say right now.
Are we discussing specific cases, Madam Superintendent, or are we discussing overall?
I will not discuss against council's advice this report in open session because it is not my right. It is not my right to do that due to its content.
Not even to answer that question.
No, not even to answer that question.
been moved and seconded. All in favor of okay. Mr. Sokolovic, you have the floor.
Yes, we're hearing of advice from alternatives, but I have seen nothing in writing. I would like to be from the legislative research report. So everybody be done in the veracity. Reasons executive sessions may be held to discuss individual officers, employees, muscle officer, and national public hearing, strategies and negotiations about pending claims or pending communication involving the agency or security matters, real estate transactions that political subdivision, with publicity of the right and closing price increase, or any matter as a result of disclosing the public recommends exempting disclosure. I believe this does not qualify for executive session, because we should not be discussing any particular students or the outcome by name, even in executive sessions. We keep it general. Just because the district is doing a bad job in special education in the previous student does not appear to be one of those exemptions. And if the fact the lawyer wants to advise against that, I would like to see that in writing. This law in places every day for our estimates and board services as we see probably 15 to 20 of these in open session. And we discussed how many service hours we are, how far backed up IEPs were, and this is all about public accountability. We had one from a couple of 100 hours back up pre-COVID, and then we started chipping away. That's how the folks were going to do this report. So we had 80, we're only behind by 10. 10 IEPs in 30 days, fine. I'm just going 60 days to 2 IEPs. Making progress and we're cutting them down. I did not hear from that. And this is information that we should discuss publicly. But we're not discussing little Jerry has education services for dyslexia or we have. I think we're fine as far as public schools and records that should be disclosed. We're all moving with
okay, Ms. Perez.
I would rather avoid any lawsuits given the financial status of our schools. Will this info be available for the public after executive session in some type of way, whether it's a shortened format?
Absolutely, it is. I have every intention of provide a version of this report to the public, but the current version of this report is only for the board and cannot be shared in any other format until modified after this presentation. I was asked for a detailed, I wasn't asked for a generic overview. I wasn't asked for a liability-free overview. I was asked for an in-depth reporting of the state of the district and our special education. That's what I was asked to do. That's what I have prepared tonight. As your executive officer, I am advising you not to do this report in public. Should you wish to disregard what I'm advising you of, that is completely your purview, and you can vote and determine to do that. And I will do exactly what you're asking me to do. But if your chief executive officer is advising you that if you continue to drive at your current speed, you may incur an accident, I think you would be under advisement to slow down. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other hands up, all in favor for going into executive session. Mr. Sokolovic has called for a roll call vote. Madam Secretary Perez, please take roll call vote. Oh, wait, let me turn on your microphone.
for executive session? No.
Yes. She probably missed it. Yes, no, what is the format?
Yes.
Christine Perez,
Yes.
Albert Ben House. Albert Ben House.
No,
Of course. Keisha Casimir.
of course, Miss Payne, of course.
Mr. Benningham,
Please, sorry about that.
you're out of order. Please mute yourself as Ms. Perez is taking vote.
They know Miss Payne too.
You're out of order.
Willie Medina,
No.
Ms. Cassidy, I'm sorry. Ms. Jim.
Yes, executive session. I'm just concerned about the sensitive information that it might entail.
Jim Perez, yes. Joseph Collin, no. Robert Faber.
Yes.
And Andre Woodson. Going to executive session.
Motion passes. Special education update will be done in executive session. The time now is 10:13 p.m. For board members that are online, we will call you so you can have access to listening to the report.
Okay, so, let's get back.
So are we just gonna? Are you serious? She left?
Yeah,
We're just gonna adjourn?
no, we're just, right? Yeah, table.
Oh, with the table, the other thing, and then adjourn.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, they're here. You got them here?
I'm present still. I think Albert's still there, and Miss Akeisha.
Akeisha's still there.
We're just gonna, the attorney left, so the workers' comp is gonna be tabled.
Okay, yeah, I just heard that from you guys.
Let's go.
All right, we're reconvening from our special education update in executive session. The next item on the agenda is
Discussion and possible.
no,
action.
I got it.
Okay.
It's discussion and possible action concerning workers' compensation settlement agreements. This item
Second.
qualifies for executive session. Unfortunately, council is not available at this time, so I'll entertain a motion to table this item. It's been moved by Ms. Perez and it's been seconded by Mr. Traber. We're now in debate. The maker of the motion has the opportunity to make the motion, to start with debate. Ms. Perez, do you have anything to say regarding debate on this item? Oh, okay. Seeing no one's hand up, wait, just please have a seat so we can finish this meeting with decorum. So I'm gonna, please have a seat if you're gonna be participating in this meeting. All right. No problem. Mr. Traber has left the meeting. All right, all in favor of tabling this item?
Aye.
Mr. Sakal, we
Yes,
have,
the lawyer and the part of the building.
that was announced at the very beginning, yes. All in favor of tabling this item? Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, the motion carries unanimously. The last item is to adjourn. It's been moved by Ms. Perez.
Second.
Second by Ms. Casimir. All in favor? Aye. Aye.
Good night.
Motion passes unanimously. The time now is 12:09 PM.
AM.